debate, uncut and after show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Now, speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Yu Namento, M Iron 26, Endless, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Harry Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in G+ and the Politics Discord server, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. How you all doing? All having a happy time?
Hey, Nathan, what's going on? Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here. You're all getting on swimmingly, I hope. No arguments. You're all rejoicing in each other's company, yeah?
Oh, absolutely, 100%, Nathan.
That's good. Please don't swear. That'd be lovely.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I had no idea that we had company. I thought we were still on a low population level. I hadn't looked at the chat for a while. Sorry.
It's all good.
Hey.
Yes, hello, Neil. What an introduction.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Neil Cosentino.
Hi, Neil.
Listen, bro, we can just agree to disagree, dude. It's all right.
Well, that's good. I'm glad we've got permission.
But I don't know why. I don't know. He wants to attack me, shame me.
But he's attacking you, bro. You just go.
Yeah,
please don't swear.
What
Please
you
don't swear.
Do.
That's fine, dude. But you're attacking me for my epistemology, dude. It's fine, dude. But
just.
I was listening to you. You were saying something. Sorry, Peter. You were saying something about the people taking the pictures of our ISS or something. Or we have satellites, satelloons, everything of that. The people were asking, "Does we getting the signal of that thing machine from the sky?" And you said yes, but you don't have proof for that, and people want proof for that, and because of that, they are calling that speculation. Because it is speculation. If you have any kind of proof that that machine in the sky giving signal to the earth, that would be nice, and then everybody will shut up.
Yeah, that's an unreasonable request, right? Because
and
there's no
cannot
there's
claim,
no way.
Just a second. Then you cannot claim that that's something. Dude. Then you cannot claim that we have that satellites, however you want to call it, that we have getting some kind of information or how, because you said how it's working that in Canyon, Colorado. That means you know that we have the machine what are sending the signals. If you know, can you show the proof of that?
On a slightly different note, I do have some Turkish delights on sale. They were made by the White Witch in Narnia. They taste delicious. Don't ask me to prove that, but just take my word for it. They are the best Turkish delights you will ever experience.
So at first it started with just the plain existence of these things, right, in the air up there. That's how it started. Then you guys started moving the goalposts, saying, well, are they sending signals? Is GPS actually powered by these things? I don't know. I already conceded. I don't know. I can't prove that to you
Yeah,
definitively.
I totally get it. It's perfectly reasonable.
Right?
I don't know why the Turkish delights taste so magical. I don't know how the witch makes them. It's unreasonable for you to expect me to know that. I totally understand.
That's our point.
But what I
You
do
can't
know,
validate.
right? What we do know is that there are things up there, whether they're Satelloons.
We do know
whether-
there's
whether they're
Narnia.
being
We know there's Narnia. We know there's Turkish delights.
No, dude, come on, bro.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on, there's Turkish delights. The White Witch made them. Come on, bro.
You gotta be. This is the problem. You gotta be reasonable, dude. You can't
Be
abandon
reasonable about
reason
the Turkish delights
altogether.
then. Okay, stop.
Just because
stop,
you're
stop.
an empiricist.
Hello? You don't have to tell me to be reasonable. You accept my Turkish delights in Narnia, correct? On the same standard. You accept them, correct?
That's a false equivalency.
Is it really? So out in the
Yes.
sky vacuum, which violates the second law of thermodynamics, gas fills space. You think there's a space that's a vacuum that gas isn't filling, akin to a
No,
Narnia. I'm still talking.
I'm not a globe.
I'm still talking. Shut up. When I talk, you listen, boy. That doesn't mean you interrupt me. It means you shut your damn mouth while I tell you how stupid your nonsense is. You're appealing to a place you have not been that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. That's where you say these things are. So shut up, you stupid, nonsensical
No,
Turkish
I've
delights.
never said that
Shut
they're in
up!
space.
I haven't finished talking, you
dumb-
stupid
you dumb
globe-believing
idiot.
spastic. Shut up!
I'm not a glober, dude.
Don't give a shit what you are. You're a
You sound like you
spastic.
got a dick in your ass.
Hello?
You gotta
Now
relax.
you're going to insult me while I berate your nonsensical appeal to a place you haven't been that violates the second law of thermodynamics, like I'm appealing to Narnia. You won't accept my Turkish delights, but I've got to accept there's a tin can in a sky vacuum. Shut up, you stupid boy. Sit down. Nobody respects you. We're pointing out how stupid your logic is, and all you've got is to interrupt me, you belligerent little tosser. Shut up.
Dude.
That means
You sound
sit
like
down
you
and
just
shut
got
your
finished
damn mouth.
tossing it, bro.
It means nobody respects you.
listen.
You're a moron. It means
I don't care, bro.
Shut up.
I'm not a people pleaser. I didn't come
So
here
you're
to
crap.
make friends.
Either you shut up or you'll be shut up. Do you understand? You've got nothing to
Let me
offer.
know
You're a
when I can
moron.
talk. Let me know when I can talk.
You can't. That's what I'm telling you, you stupid retard. I'm saying, listen to the words coming out of my frigging mouth while you talk through me. Sit down, you
Hilarious,
stupid retard. You have nothing to offer. You're appealing to a place that doesn't exist and violates a natural law. All you're doing while I point that out is asking for your permission to talk. You don't have it, you
Bro, I can't
unbelievable
take your accent
retard.
serious.
You're still talking
do is laugh.
when you've sought permission to
I
speak
agree.
that you have not got.
Ridiculous, dude. You sound like an angry Brit.
Don't
An
give a
angry
shit what
Brit,
you think
no
I
matter how
sound
angry
like.
They sound, they don't
You
sound
haven't got
tough,
tin
dude. You
cans
sound
in
like a
sky
dweeb.
vacuums. Don't tell me how I
You
sound.
sound like a nerd, dude. I was
Sound
step
beautiful.
on you, bro.
Coming to you through a Neumann.
I'll punch you in your throat, dude. If I see you
Oh,
in real life.
share your pain.
You sound like a nerd,
You
bro. But
are
listen.
in pain. And now you're threatening
But
me with
listen.
physical violence, which will get you removed by a mod because you're a tosser and your standards are woeful. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earth who took a giant shit on your crappy standards of an appeal to a second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum with tin cans in it. No, dickhead. Now you, with your uncontrollable aggression, have been removed from the discussion, while I get to chastise you for being a retard. No, in the same way my example of having Turkish delights in Narnia isn't going to be a trust me, bro. We're not going to trust you, bro, about the sky vacuum, you stupid shithead. Okay? Remember my name, you fucktard. It's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one who shut you down like the spastic you were, put you in your place, and then dispensed with you like the twat that you were. You didn't get to tell me how I sounded. You didn't get to punch me in my throat. I got to tell you what a fucking retard you were. Okay? Anybody else want to appeal to sky vacuum tin cans that are definitely in, what, Narnia? Where we've all been, right? We've all been through the wardrobe.
Just to give a little bit of charity, I don't think he was talking about actually, violence. I think it's kind of like a joke where, like, the 5-finger death punch or something like that. It's meant to be, like, internet jargon.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
I metaphorically
I'm
took
not
a
gonna
shit
report
on
it.
his argument.
I'm
Metaphorically. I
not gonna
didn't
send in
actually...
a mod mail or whatever.
I get it.
Yeah.
I didn't literally take down my pants and take a giant steaming poo literally on his argument, but metaphorically, I took a giant steaming shit on that retard and his argument. That's metaphorically what I did to him, while he told me he'd metaphorically punch me in the throat. I didn't take a shit physically on him, and he didn't physically have an opportunity to punch me in the throat when he lost badly. He also didn't have a decent argument. He appealed to something he couldn't actually verify for about an hour before I got here. Then I shut that shit down and told him he was a retard, because he is.
Yeah, we kind of had a feeling this was... We've been talking to him for about an hour, I guess, or something like that, plus or minus. And I told him that this is a good topic for Speculation Sunday, and he didn't like that answer. And then finally, like, more mods kept chiming in, like, yes, dude, this is a speculation topic. And we're like, okay, fine, fuck it. You're not going to listen. You're not going to pay attention. Speculate all the way. And I figured by the time you'd come in, you'd be like, okay, I'm going to shut that shit down.
Yeah, I mean, I like to speculate about those Turkish delights. It's fun. It's fun, you know. Turkish delights, they might taste delicious. We just have to get to Narnia and try them out. Yeah? We just have to get to that sky vacuum. What's that? We'll need a spacesuit so that the gas we're breathing won't fill the sky vacuum. What about all the gas that we look back on the blue marble Earth that's not dispersing into the vacuum we need a suit to survive in? Oh, right, it's just okay to violate the second law of thermodynamics in an area that doesn't exist that you're appealing to, that obviously is real, speculatively, of course. He's not been there, and it violates the law of nature. But metaphorically, he can punch me in the throat as a response to that. Okie dokie, dickhead. In reality, he does want to punch me in the throat because I made him look like a total retard. And so did everybody else here. And his reaction to me telling him, in no uncertain terms, not pandering to him, like, it's okay, bro, we can talk about this on Sunday. No, fuck you, you retard, spastic, dumb fuck. You're talking shit and I'm going to tell you that. No fucking sugarcoating it. My name's Nathan Oakley, I don't sugarcoat it for spastics. I tell them like it is. You're a spastic. You haven't been to no fucking sky vacuum. And the other guy got annoyed with you and started swearing at you, had the absolute justification for swearing at you because you're a retard and you deserved it.
Nathan Oakley.
You deserved it.
You sound coked out. Listen, bro.
Not
I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Are you, bro? Well, you're a retard. Now no one wants to talk to you.
I don't believe in space, the vacuum of space, at all. Not at all.
Yes, space is a vacuum, dumbass.
So I was trying to...
Sorry, Mishu wants to... Should we take on Mishu? Hold on. The guy that I've told to shut up's talking. Should we shut him up? I don't want to hear him. He's a retard. But this Mishu guy's decided he's going to white knight in the middle of it, so I don't mind talking to him. Yeah, Mishu, the sky vacuum's real, huh? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
How do we have gas?
Have you looked at you know what a deep field is? Deep field is a picture taken by you know, what's it called? Space telescope that looks at a tiny part of the sky
Yeah, here, hold on real quick, Mishu. I just want everyone to know that you're not the same Bevtard or Bevite Mishu. This is just a different guy with a similar name. So, like, maybe give him a little charity, because he knows that
cool.
He's not someone who's just in here in bad faith, going to act like an abject retard. This is somebody who's same name, different person.
I have no idea who any of these people are.
If you take a photograph of the dark sky, you can see all kinds of galaxies. Just thousands of galaxies. And those galaxies all exist in empty. Between those galaxies is empty space or voids.
Yeah, we understand your claim. Yeah, we understand the claim. Yeah, my question is, how do you have gas pressure without a container? We're breathing gas pressure. How is that possible without a container?
Gravity.
What's that?
Gravity is a force or interaction.
No, you're wrong. Stop
Mutual
talking.
attraction between massive objects.
Please, can you stop talking?
So...
No, that's not correct. That's 110 years out of date. You're wrong.
So you have a star.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me respond to you?
Sun,
Did you hear me?
Object.
Moderators, this guy is just ignoring me and carrying on talking while I'm asking for requesting an acknowledgement.
Everything I just said is
shut this guy up. He's an asshole. Last chance, Mushu. Last chance. I asked you a question. How do we have gas pressure, that's the stuff we're breathing, without containment?
Gravity. You don't need a container.
I said... That's not a force and hasn't been for 110. So you are going to interrupt me for a thought. Just piss off. Mute him. I'm not going to do this. I'll talk while he's on mute, please. Mushu, you fuckwit, retard, globe-believing, spastic dumbfuck. It's not a force and hasn't been a fucking force for 110 years, you fuckwit who can't shut his fucking gums, while I chastise you for being a fucking retard. No, you've obviously only been educated to high school level and all you can do is chat through me educating you, you dumb fuck. It hasn't been a force for 110 years. Now you can come off mute and acknowledge that. And if you don't, you'll be put back on mute permanently when we talk to other retards. We'll come to you next, sign, spastic boy. Mushu, first. Take him off mute and let's see if he can acknowledge his dumb fuck retarded notion that it's a force when it hasn't been for 110 years.
Yeah, why not? Why isn't it? Electromagnetism.
You're asking me, are you fucking retard? It's your claim.
Strong interaction.
It's your fucking claim, you stupid spastic. Why the fuck are you asking me, you stupid, unbelievable retard? It's your fucking claim. Okay, White Knights, it's okay. We'll deal with Lalo next. We got Sign next. Yeah, Mushu, you've been muted. You're asking me why not? It's your fucking claim, you spastic. Ask me why not. Know your claim, retard. Don't ask your opponent why the fuck not. You're the one claiming it. How stupid are you? That's why you're getting told off by me. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earther. I'm the one calling you a spastic. Telling you off and calling you ignorant. Don't ask me why the fuck gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years. You're the one claiming it. How dumb are you? Now sit down, shut the fuck up, let other people who aren't spastics like you, Mushu, talk about things that you obviously don't comprehend. Because what you've claimed and then asked me to justify when it's your bleeding claim hasn't been a force for 110 years. Okay, dum-dum. Now we'll move on to one of the knights that wanted to stop me chastising you for being a retard. First up on the docket is Sign. Hi, Sign. Did you want to defend one of the other spastics?
No.
Why are you off mute talking while I'm talking then?
You're going to give yourself like a heart attack, bro. Like you need to...
Don't tell me what I need. Shut this man up. He's just here to tell me what I fucking need.
Okay, well...
Shut up, spastic. You haven't got anything to offer us. Me, I can prove Earth's flat while I'm sat here. You can tell me what to do. I'll tell you what to do. Shut up, sit down, remove yourself from this discussion. You have nothing to offer. Me, I've got plenty to offer. That's why I'm taking this tone with you, you stupid twat. You're off mute still, yackering, causing audio chaos while I tell you off. I've got an audience sign. They want to hear me tell you off for being a dumb fuck who's got nothing to offer. They don't want to hear you interrupting me, telling me what I'm going to do. You ain't going to do that here. You understand?
Yo, Coakley, are you like this every day?
Coakley? That's an ad hominem attack for the dumb fuck that thought, what? You had some evidence of a sky vacuum. Back off mute after not addressing the second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum that you're going to chat through. Just the chatting through me, summarising that which you couldn't rebut. Yeah, I'm summarising that which you couldn't rebut. The other fuckwit that's been told to sit down and shut up. Belligerence. Isn't that what we've got? You're not addressing what I asked you to address, you dumb spastic. You haven't got any proof of your tin cans in sky vacuums. What you did have was to interrupt me. I can see you hovering off the mute button. You've been told to sit down and shut up. Next. Is it Lalo? Next.
What do you want?
I'm asking why the fuck you'd be off mute while I chastise a retard who doesn't understand that gravity hasn't been a force for 10 years. You had your line open and you were chatting, presumably in severe pain because you're a globe-believing spastic also and couldn't bear one of your brethren. One of your globe-believing spastics being chastised for thinking gravity's... Or maybe you could talk before the end of the question when you ask me what I want. I'm telling you what I want. I want to know why you were talking while I chastised the spastic.
What you really, really want.
Yeah. I'll be asking what I want, what I really, really want. Yeah. What I want to know is why Lalo was chatting shit through me. Have you got something to offer, Lalo?
I think it's kind of like the hypocrites of how this is allowed, but at the same time that you are allowed. So,
sorry, gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years, gravity. It's not like it's a double standard where I'm not taking apart somebody's argument that they put to me.
No,
Did you not hear him?
About that.
Oh, it's just you're not going to tolerate my response that takes a shit on your suggesting there's a double standard. No, Lalo.
Oh, yeah.
No, Lalo, there's no double standard, you stupid spastic. I'm responding
Yep.
to you. Can you mute Lalo? I'm responding to the only shit he did have to put on the table, and he seems
Yep,
to be
just
continuing to
mute me.
talk
That's
while
all you
I
can
address
do.
the shit he laid down on the table. I'm still hearing his fucking voice.
Do what you gotta do.
Moderators, can I respond to what he laid down? Yeah, thank you. Lalo, you're another fuckwit, a spastic, a globe-believing dumb idiot who thinks that he's got something to offer, but when it actually comes to suggestions of what you've got to offer, you suggested a double standard. No, what I got told was that there's a force of gravity holding gas against the sky vacuum. What I did, Lalo, was take a giant steaming shit on that by pointing out it hasn't been a force for 110 years. Why you interrupted? Because you felt there was a double standard. Well, it turns out you were wrong, you fucking retard globe-believing numpty. There is no double standard, just a claim that gravity is a force to hold gas against a sky vacuum in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So what I'm doing, unlike you fucking retard interrupting me, is taking a giant metaphorical shit on every globe-believing spastic here who has a belief that the sky is a vacuum with tin cans in it. It isn't. Know my name, Lalo, you little bitch. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm not chatting shit through you suggesting there's a double standard. I'm addressing you, you fucking retard.
All right, dude. Give it a break.
No. Who's next? Who said that?
Go to the next guy. At least.
Just mute this guy permanently. You don't give me orders, retard. You thought there was tin cans in second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuums. You don't give me any fucking orders, you stupid globe-believing spastic. I'll tell you what you'll do, and if you don't fucking do it, the moderators will do it on my behalf, because I'm the only one who's righteous here. The one who's put every last person that's just spoken to me, there's been 4, in their places, one after the next. I've metaphorically given you all broken fucking jaws. Now sit down, you stupid spastic. You don't get to tell me what to do. I'll be the one giving out the orders here while I'm here. That's make that absolutely clear. And if you want to take charge, defeat some of the shit that I say here. Don't just tell me that there's a double standard. Don't tell me that's enough. What, enough beating the living shit, metaphorically speaking, at you globe-believing spastics? No, that's not enough. I'll do it till I leave. And you'll enjoy it, or you'll be shut up. Unless you've got something to offer. So far, not so good, globe-believing dickheads. So far, you've all had your ass handed to you by me.
Okay, I mean, just to get everyone on board here, this is a special event right now. This is Nathan Oakley versus Politics server. So this isn't our normal content, our normally day-to-day content. This is 1 hour every Friday. So just keep in mind that it is scheduled. If you look at scheduled events, Nathan Oakley versus Politics, and it's repeating every week.
Undertitle beats the living metaphorical crap out of everybody who believes they live on a water ball in a sky vacuum, with evidence and demonstrable proof that we measure a flat earth that we all live on. That's what you get for an hour on a Friday. Unless it's unfair, man. There's a double standard, man. This guy's calling us retards. How unfair. It's supposed to be us calling the flat earthers. Yeah, deal with it, spastics. We live on a flat earth. That's how it's measured. Your globe belief comes from those measurements of a flat earth. I'm here to make you all acutely aware of that. Demean me, tell me I'm not being reasonable, and you'll get every ounce of fire and thunder I can bring down on you. I'll make you feel like the piece of retarded shite that you are after addressing what you give me. I'll take it, and then I'll deal with it, and then I'll chastise you for it, you bunch of globe-believing idiots. 10 years of telling me I'm a spastic. Yeah, I'll just point out when you're being a spastic, justifiably, with the evidence that comes out of your own mouth. For example, but not limited to, there's a double standard here. No, there's a claim that there's a force of gravity holding gas against a sky vacuum. I dealt with it with something called the second law of thermodynamics. It's a law of nature. Entropic dispersion. Gas fills space. There is no sky vacuum. Space is fake. Okay, we all clear? There's no space. On a slightly different note, we'll actually go to a live audience in about 5 minutes, maybe 3. So please don't swear. Do as I say, not as I do. If you don't, you'll be removed. Simple. Obviously, I don't want to take that tone with anybody here. You know, talk through me while I take a dump on your argument, and then you're going to get swore at. Like the people who talked through me while I took a crap on their argument that they tried to put to me, like gravity and, there's a sky vacuum because there's a force holding the gas here, and no response to my questions about how we'd have gas without containment. That didn't get responded to. Gravity's not a force. That definitely wasn't a rebuttal. And the assertion that we've got a Narnian sky vacuum above our heads in violation of that law, that hasn't been addressed either. Just so we all know what's on the table when I do go live, and I've got to put on a nice, pleasant demeanour for my live audience. Now, I still think you're all spastics, because you haven't recognised, through lack of research, that's ignorance, that Earth is flat, precisely as measured. So I do have quite a high degree of disdain for you all, because you think it's justifiable to talk to me like that. Because I'm a flat earther. Well, it isn't, but you're going to get it back tenfold while I'm here. Just don't swear at me, because you'll be removed permanently. Yeah, other than that, have fun. We're all here to enjoy ourselves. Don't take it too seriously. It's just a flat earth that we all live on. It's nothing too much to be taken seriously. Unless you believe you're on a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum based on flat earth measurements of the stars with angles. Then this might be troublesome and problematic for you. In fact, it definitely will be. You'll want to tell me that metaphorically you'd want to punch me in the throat and things like that.
I thought you could do F4 with an angle.
You can measure a flat earth and make a globe model with it.
Hello.
Hello. Good to be here.
Hey, welcome.
We, if you are unfamiliar with Flat Earth debate and what we do typically, ask a few housekeeping questions when we get here, although I've been here for half an hour, in the politics server that is. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curve. Okay then. No Earth curve then. And none of you are familiar with where the concept of Earth curve comes from, perhaps? I.e. Earth curve mathematics and its use of a flat Earth measurement. Were any of you in the server aware of this, or moreover, unaware of the flat Earth measurement required to assert that we have a curve called the horizon? Formerly Earth curve. To assert that the horizon's Earth curve at 1.22 times the square root of the observer site in feet, you are actually required to measure surface level and your height off it with eye level parallel with it. That would be to say that Earth must be a flat surface and eye level must be parallel, and you must measure your height off that with those prerequisites to start the process of the functionality of flat Earth calculations called Earth curve mathematics. Or in short, Earth curve assertions require Earth be measured as a flat plane.
I don't like that, formerly known as Earth curve. I don't like that, and I don't like that gravity was a force 110 years ago. I don't like it because it never was.
No, it never was, but when it was described as a force, incorrectly, that was 110 years ago. It was superseded 110 years ago, to be more accurate, by from Newtonian, to bent pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time for the guy in the pre-show that was like, why isn't it fourth? Well, because it's bent space-time and has been for 110 years. That's not a force. Quote, Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. Or George Musa, gravity isn't a force, end quote. So, yeah, it's not a force. Hasn't been for 110 years. But you're saying, I don't like you saying it was a force 110 years ago. No, it never was a force. Okay, I'll grant you that.
And the horizon was never Earth curve. Because you can't have a horizon on a globe-tard.
On a globe, no, you can't have a horizon on a curved surface. Somebody looked like they were going to join and then didn't. What about any evidence that you can have gas pressure, like we're all breathing, without a container to press upon?
Who? The ISS.
The ISS is a container alleged to be in a sky vacuum. So the demonstration of the ISS, if it's taken as read, which is kind of contradictory to do, but nevertheless, then it itself obeys the laws of thermodynamics by requiring containment to keep the gas inside it. But yet it's floating around a blue marble with high-pressure gas alleged to be next to a black area of vacuum without the gas dispersing into it. So when they suggest that the tin can in a sky vacuum actually just a stage show here on Earth, obviously, is in a violating law area called outer space in orbit, which is a mathematical description also taken from flat Earth measurements of angles to stars, it's preposterous. Because the spaceship itself, it must obey the law of nature known as the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. But bless, if any of you in here were under the misapprehension that the sky was a vacuum with men in it, I'm afraid not. I hate to shatter those illusions. I'm lying. I don't hate to shatter them. I actually quite enjoy it. I take a slightly sadistic pleasure in taking space away from people. I don't know why. It's one of those things. Any space believers in here? Any men who still think we're going to the moon? Anybody think Katy Perry just went up to an area of volume that gas isn't filling?
What do you mean? She did it? There was a whole news thing on it. They were cheering on the women, the astronauts.
Go the women. Shout out to Brian Bender. I feel like the open brackets TFE, he means non-final experiment, has caused enough people to stop asking about flat Earth, which it is possible to have a flat Earth sun on flat Earth, or 24-hour sun on flat Earth. I think focus should be put on destroying the trip, which I contend never happened. Okay. I mean, I appreciate your sentiment, Brian, but I quite like taking it. I can do either, right? You want conclusions, which is fine. I totally get why you're saying that from the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But I don't care either way. You want me to accept that there's a 24-hour sun and that they did take a journey down, in quotes, there? Well, no. Down is antipodal when they're travelling south. Travelling south is a flat Earth prerequisite. I'll take that all day long. If they say they travelled south, okay, you will on a flat Earth in an aeroplane that's flying straight and level and measuring with black box data how flat Earth is. So I'll take it all day long that they went down there. Same with the sun. They say there's a 24-hour sun. So what, there's a sun above the horizon with a measurable angle with respect to a flat plane for 24 hours. Yeah, I'll take that flat Earth angle measurement off a surface that must be flat to give it us all day long. Now, I get that people are saying, no, it's fakery. You're like, who cares? Literally, okay, I'll take it the other route. It's fake. Fake as all hell. They didn't go there. There's nothing to see here. There isn't really a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Okay. But there's a 24-hour sun in the north. I know that for absolute fact. I've seen it. So why would I deny one only to accept the other? What does the 24-hour sun, if it is accepted in the north, because I absolutely know for a fact that there is, what does it prove? Well, it proves that we can measure the sun above the horizon with an angle for a 24-hour period. Well, that's a flat Earth prerequisite, as is all sun, star, moon measurements ever. All of it will always be measured with respect to a flat Earth. So I can take it either way. Say they deny that they went, I don't care. Yeah, fine, they didn't go. I'll go along with that for a bit. What about the next day? I'll happily accept that they did go. Like, literally, it doesn't bother me either way. There's plenty of flat Earth proof in both instances. Thank you for the super chat.
One of the tactics we've seen lately is that they try to switch the topic into being about misogyny. They're like, the only reason flat earthers are talking about this one is because it was all women. And we're like, really, dude? We've been talking about Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic and all these things the whole time. The whole time. What are you talking about? Like, somehow we ignored it until this one. It's like,
did you say misogyny?
Like, what the fuck?
Did you say misogyny? Sorry. It's all about misogyny.
Yeah, that's what they're coming in here, that their claim now is because we're talking about this one in particular, it's proof that all flat earthers are misogynistic.
Oh, I can lean into that. I absolutely agree. It's a disgrace that these women were given these men's jobs. It should be the men faking space, not the women. The women should be sweeping up the studio. Yeah, I'll lean into that misogyny, no worries.
Well, it's pretty upsetting that it was all men having to pilot that thing from the ground, you know, and then they said it was all women. It's weird.
Did they show the women, the female crew that built it too?
I don't give a crap about any of this. Girl power. How high did they get off a flat Earth? That's the first thing we did. We heard how high they got off sea level. You're like, okay, so they got off their claimed measurement. The only one is off a surface that must be flat to describe it. Like, okay. Anything else this proves? Because so far, the people, the general people, not us, not the flatties or the globetards, that's to say the anti-flatties, they're moaning about what it didn't achieve, how boring it was. You're like, okay, so they're not extracting anything from it, the normies. What have I extracted from it? Flat Earth proof. They measured their height off surface level. Sea level. It's level. It's not curved.
How high was it?
Off a flat Earth. I don't know. I can't remember. All I know is they measured it off a flat Earth. That's all I need. Like all heights, all elevations ever, all altitudes, all altitude angles, all require Earth to be flat. Or you can't measure them. It's just that simple. Typically,
Or whatever the measurements were, I got them.
Right.
Hold on, just 1 second, Neil. Say again, Tor for you? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, a lens, you take them off plumb, right?
Yeah. Off sea level.
Now, plumb is perpendicular to horizontal. You could just take an elevation angle off plumb and reverse engineer it. You could just minus 90. It's very simple.
Oh, not
Yeah,
to
sure.
It
get
actually
on
would
that.
work better if you're in like a valley that you don't have access to the horizon, right? There's mountains all around you. It'd be much better to take a angle off plumb.
Sure. But again, these principles axiomatically don't exist on a globe. You can't have perpendicular. You can't have plumb. There is no up and down on a globe. None of these things work spherically. They're all axiomatically tied to a flat planar surface to describe them at all. But yeah, I mean, if you want to say you want to minus from 90, you can do that. Don't get me wrong. On screen now for my audience, what that gentleman's just described, minusing your co-angle. Here's the diagrammatical example of it. Obviously, you need a flat surface for it to be an angle in the first place. And that's what you're calculating in terms of ground positions of stars. So yeah, he's right. You're right, sir.
Hey, you know what an axiom is? Oakley? I almost called you Coakley again.
So are you the guy that we told to sit down and shut up in the pre-show? Because you didn't...
Yeah, he
I'm
don't
just wondering,
listen.
do you know the definition of an axiom?
So we had a discussion. You don't just get to stop in the middle of a discussion and start a new one a few minutes later, right? You have suggested to me that there is a tin can in a sky vacuum. I put it to you.
No.
Is it just me? You won't have the conversation we were having. You'll only have the new conversation.
That's not...
Moderators, no. I'm willing to continue the conversation he couldn't rebut. No, it's not going to be audio chaos. Moderators, I've got a live show. Moderators, please. I beg you, moderators. I've got a live show. No, dickhead. You don't just get to drop the baton and start asking me to define axioms or what axiomatically means. No, you get to carry on the conversation about the sky vacuum with tin cans in it, where I rebutted what you suggested. And then we had a lot of what we just had a moment ago, which is you talking through me. Now, that doesn't get to occur. You can take up the reins where you left off about this second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum where you suggested tin cans were floating around. Now, I took a metaphorical giant steaming dump on that, didn't I, sir? What's that? You want to quiz me about whether or not I know what axioms mean? No, you don't get to do that, sir. You can carry on the conversation you lost, if you choose. Or you can do what I told you to do, which is sit down and shut your ignorant mouth after losing. Which is it? Sitting down and shutting up, or carry on with the discussion about the second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum? Which one? I'll take that as the prior. So you'll sit down and shut the hell up. Good choice.
Nathan, he's not he doesn't believe in a sky vacuum. Nathan, I don't know what was the conversation you had earlier with him,
Said there was
lying.
stuff communicating through satelloons.
It's all good, dude. It's all right.
Said there was tin cans up in the sky, giving us information. That's what he said.
Dude, I'm laughing. You got me geeking today, Oakley.
That's fascinating. Meanwhile, there's no area of volume above our heads for tin cans to be floating around in. Orbital motion, as they call it, is described and measured with respect to a flat plane on our surface to describe those motions, which is what they suggest satelloons or satellites are in. No, they're not. If this guy is not if this guy's not a glober and doesn't realise that the descriptions of things like satelloons are orbital in nature, then he obviously doesn't understand his own flat Earth rhetoric. Again, just ignorance. Those things are tied to heliocentrism and their descriptions. Did you not know that? Really not. Next.
You see, when you ask the guy a question, he's silent. And he wants to talk when you're talking. I don't get it.
Yeah. The requirement for an elevation angle off a flat surface is self-evident. On screen now, you describing...
Go
ahead.
Maybe he can hear. And Nathan, do you hear Heyuko? He's wants to quote you some Shakespeare, if you're willing to hear it.
Feel free. You're in charge. As much as people might not think that's the case.
To sphere or not to sphere? That is the question.
It's all about neither here. Yeah, hold on, Heyuko, dude, hold on. We're neither here nor there. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I've been listening very carefully indeed over the past while, and listening to your flat Earth measurements and collating all this stuff in my mind to try and get to an understanding of flat Earth, that I might be able to be a better flat Earther. And I think I found more land.
He's lying.
Oh, I do. No, I'm pretty positive about it, and I think it'll help you.
You mean like you were it was high tide at the beach and then it went to the low tide and you're like, look, more land.
No, this goes back to a talk that I had with him, because I told him to use the meter to get to the equator, but he wants to use the stars to get to the equator. And if you do that, the math doesn't add up. There's missing land. Maybe he found the missing land.
Oh, no, I'd have to correct you on that. I think you were insisting the equator wasn't on the ground. You were insisting it's in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, can you show it us?
But Nathan has measured it. It's a flat Earth measurement to the equator.
Can you show it us?
Is that right, Nathan?
Can you show it us?
Well, you said so last week.
The equator, as in the elevation angle measurement of Polaris at its minimum.
Oh, well, I haven't done it, but I said...
So it was that you haven't done it as in the elevation angle measurement to Polaris to give us the equator you haven't done, so that would establish that that's what it is. You just now suggesting that rather than a concession that's what it is, that you haven't done it. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so let's brush past this. Can you show me? I'm now asking you a question. I'm now asking him and he's interrupting me. We've dealt with his position that we can't show it. No, it's the minimum elevation angle where Polaris disappears.
I know.
All right, so there it is then. So we've dealt with that. Can we move on now? We've dealt with Hayuka and his nonsense that was absolute garbage.
Okay, so
because his suggestion is that now he's talking through my summary. We dealt with you, Hayuka. We've answered you. So we now know what the equator is. It's a flat Earth prerequisite. We're talking about angle measurements to stars. Can you stop him talking through me, please? This is getting irritating. We heard you. Now we don't want to hear you anymore because your suggestion was it couldn't be measured. It is measured off a flat Earth.
I never said that.
Oh, my God.
I never said it couldn't be measured. I never said that. I agree.
Fuck off. That's what you can do. Stupid dick that wants to waste our time suggests you found more land. You are a wanker. Get lost. Dickhead. Just wasting our time.
His claim was that you said you measured the equator on the land.
Looking for gotchas, looking to try and catch me or someone on the panel out. These people are disingenuous. He's not here because he wants to learn. He's not here because he wants to even berate us because of his own pain. He just wants to try and catch us out for his own self-gratification. Mental masturbation, that's what he's doing. Piss off.
Wonder why in the debate server he'd want to prove you're wrong. That's interesting.
Say again? Who
could've
am I
thought?
talking to? Sign? Again. Which position did Sign take? I forget. Was it gravity? Being a force? Sign? Was that you? Memory served me correctly?
No.
What's the position you took? Was it just an interruption without any actual usefulness
That
to
was
it?
just an interruption.
Okay, fair enough. What did you have to offer this time? Sign?
Nah.
No.
Just listen.
No, you're not listening. You're talking, you stupid retard. Your mouth's opening and words are coming out. Are you a fucking spastic? You're not fucking listening, you stupid dumb shit. Now you're talking through me. Oh my God. Just listening? No, you're interrupting me, chastising you for being idiotic. You've told me you're just listening as an answer, which requires you flap your gums. Are you demented? Idiot.
Yeah.
You weren't just listening, idiot. You were talking to me, engaged in a conversation about what you had to offer. That isn't just listening. Idiot. Sit down and just listen. That means don't open your mic and don't talk. You've got nothing to offer. Second time. Are you retarded? At what part of don't talk, close your fucking mic, don't you understand sign? You're chuckling with your mic open. You unbelievable spastic. Close your mic, you dumbass. Hello?
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Yeah, my bad. I'm thick as shit. Yeah, I'm dumb. I'm really dumb. My bad,
Yeah,
my
I'm
bad.
muted, buddy.
Close your mic, you retard. Now we've got somebody playing music through my live show, trying to get me demonetized so I can't feed my kids.
Got it. It was just 1 second.
No,
At my end, it was like literally 1 second. I got it right away.
No, I'm brilliant. Top work.
Just
Is
like
Daddy
old
daycare
times.
or something?
Daddy
What happened?
daycare.
Well, like one of the tactics that globalists will use is try to play royalty or copyrighted music over YouTube's, because the YouTube algorithm will, demonetize or strike the account. It's one of these really cringe tactics that they're always trying to shut the conversation down.
10 years ago, they'd come on my show and play pornography to a live audience. Play copyright music. They come and play porn. Obviously, those are the days where I had a bit less control over what was going on my show.
All of Africa is gone because I hate them. To get niggas gone for good.
Good. It's also often closet racists that do it, I've noticed. They want the nigger word to come through the airwaves. Now, I've got no issue saying the word nigger. You like hearing the word nigger? Nigger, no worries. Doesn't mean anything unless there's some connotation behind it. Like, I mean something when I say it. Like, if I say it because I've got some disdain towards black people, then it means something. Just playing the word nigger through the airwaves isn't going to mean anything to anybody. It doesn't mean anything. It's the feeling, the emotion, it's the reason for saying it that has meaning. Yeah? If you say it because you hate black people, that has weight behind it. Me? I love black people. I love all people, Globers included.
So I love them too. So can I say, that's my nigga?
Only I can say that. No, you cannot.
I was talking about you. You are a half black woman, aren't you?
Yeah, that's why it's my word, not yours. Don't you use it. Only I can say nigger. You do not get to use my word. On a similar vein, you Globers don't get to use things like elevation angle measurements to Polaris to describe an equator on a ball because it's a flat Earth measurement. Like, it's an angle measurement, a minimum, which you could strictly say, well, it's beyond the limitation of the measurement because it's now not visible. Maybe that's where that last guy was going.
Yo, what is this old British guy yapping about? Does he really think the Earth is flat?
Yes. What's your name, sir?
No.
Yeah, your pain.
Cool name. Is that you learning electronics that was just talking?
You know what's funny is that guy thought he could have a conversation by like starting it like that. So I don't know who's more ridiculous.
I don't know. The old guy got muted for some reason, right? People think he's retarded, I guess, which he is. I mean, he thinks the Earth is flat after all. So.
But do you think like that's the way you're gonna get engagement, like by coming in and talking like that? Because I would call that retarded behavior as well.
No, it's just rage bait,
Correction,
nigga.
we don't
I'd
think, we
agree.
know. It's measured that way.
Yeah, we can have the conversation with Nate if he wants. I mean,
flat,
I don't mind having the conversation
that proves
with
it's
Nate.
flat.
Sorry, Duncan, go ahead. My bad.
Would you like to know how Earth is measured flat?
I think he's talking to Nate. Did you want to know, Nate?
I can tell you if you want.
Or did you just want to tell us that we're retarded for thinking it? Because we don't think it, we know it. You're gone. Is Nate no longer here?
I'll tell you.
Go ahead, Duncan.
When you measure elevation angles during celestial navigation, the top line of the angle goes from the observer to the star. The bottom line of the angle goes from the observer on the ground to the ground position of the star also on the ground. That can be for several hundreds or even thousands of miles away. So you have a straight line along the surface from the observer to the GP.
Well, it looks like I've been booted out of the channel. It says I've been suppressed from the channel. So someone's had enough of me talking and overzealous moderator has removed me from politics. Okay, well, that's the end of my Friday show, halfway through.
What? Somebody removed us from politics?
Yep.
Oh.
I have no idea. I don't care.
What the fuck, bro?
No swearing, please. Noob. Anyway, that was fun half an hour while we were there.
Hope you guys cut that off.
No, it said I no longer have permission to speak in the channel, so I've been banned from the channel while alive.
Oh, I think because of the N-word.
There will be fans, Nathan. I told you, but you know.
Say again?
Fuck them, man.
Didn't hear what you said, noob. Say it one more time. One more time, noob. No, obviously not.
That shit's frustrating.
I don't care. I want to take the sting out of racist slurs that people play on the radio. Like, what's it called when you do that? Like, drop in onto a radio station just to play a soundbite that you shouldn't play or swear. Well, people do that with the nigger word, like it's got some meaning, and it doesn't. You know, it doesn't mean anything. They're trying to get you in trouble with it, and it does do my head in. What annoys me is racists. People who say it because they don't like black people. Yeah? Those people, I'm disgusted by those people.
Hi, Adam.
Go ahead. Is that the noob again?
You don't have to keep saying it. Like, it doesn't mean something. Like, we get the point. And that is kind of the problem in that other room, is this very strict TOS. And I think you should be cautious with your own TOS on your own channel, too. But you're playing with somebody else's TOS at that point. So you do have to just respect that, yeah, that's a funny word. It's one of my favorite words. I'll guarantee it.
One of your favourites. I mean, I'm only saying it because somebody's
What
just
just
literally played it
happened?
into the airwaves. So I'm trying to defuse it. Like overuse when someone's used it to create a commotion. It's like, well, I'll just use it repeatedly to defuse it.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it's no disrespect. I'm just saying kind of what it is.
No, there's a moderator in there that will be a manual action that somebody's waiting for an opportunity to get rid of me. Fine, if that's the reason that they want to utilise when somebody's played it into my live show. I'm like, okay, that's the reason, fair enough. If you want
Well,
grid.
I was just taking a guess at it. I don't know if
Oh
that's
yeah, it
really
was
the
you.
reason.
Were you just suggesting that was the reason, Neil? You don't actually know. Oh,
Yeah, I'm just saying maybe that's the reason, because I don't. Why else would they just kick us out of nowhere?
I have no idea. I mean, me
And you know what?
chastising globe believers I would assume, have been the reason. I would assume.
Now I don't think we should go back at all. The hell with them.
No. Why? So you're saying because some overzealous mod who is a globe believer is looking for an opportunity to get rid of us, we shouldn't go back? So they win.
If that's the case, if it was somebody else on our side, then I don't think we should go back there. And there is a moderator over there that does not like us.
I'm sure there's plenty of moderators over there that don't like us, Neil. But no, I'll do the same, but I'll go back next week. If we're not allowed in next week, then that'll dictate whether or not we're in there or not. If, on the other hand, they decided that me saying the N-word over and over again... Why am I saying the N-word? I don't even use that term. I hate the term, the N-word. If you're going to say nigger, just say nigger. That's my attitude. But it shouldn't be common vocabulary. You know what I mean? Because so many people use it in such a distasteful way. Anyway, you don't know that's the case, Neil. Now you've just told me that. So I'm probably labouring this point like speculatively that's the reason why we're not in there
Well,
anymore.
it's not usually for so long.
What? What's not normally for so long?
It's usually like a couple days.
Oh, right. So if you get...
I think it should be more common, actually, so people get over being, like, upset about it. That's what I think.
We don't know that's the reason. I mean, it might be that that's the opportunity an overzealous mod's taken to kick us out. We don't know, though. We're just speculating. So, personally, I think at this point, let's just not speculate. For whatever reason, we've been removed. It says 2 days, says Narj in the chat. Okay, fair enough.
Oh,
Damn.
dear.
I don't think we should go back at all.
Nathan got kicked for racism.
Fair enough.
Racist slurs. They were very upset.
Is that why? Do you know that for a fact, Hayuka?
Why you being a nigger, Hayuka?
No, let's not. I'm just asking if he knows that for certain. I'm going to guess no. He doesn't know. I haven't got any videos lined up. I thought we'd be in there for another half an hour. We're only 25 minutes, or we've got 25 minutes left on this show. I guess we're going to be talking amongst ourselves.
Not about microphones.
Not about microphones. Why on earth not?
What was that new one I seen you put up this morning? Which one is that?
Are you actually asking me about microphones now, Neil?
Yeah, I want to know what that last one was you posted the picture of.
The Philips.
Is that it? It doesn't have like a foam top. It's like kind of like flat.
Yeah, it's a Philips condenser. So microphones at a certain level get expensive quite quickly, right? For good ones. But there's lots of microphones that are good microphones, but people don't know how to use them. Like they've got a weird connection on the end, or they take a battery, something obscure. And in my mind, it's like there's no reason why these really high quality microphones shouldn't be bought, turned around for a tiny profit, and then put back into service. But just with someone like me on a video saying, no, this does work. This is usable.
I don't hear anything.
Don't hear anything. Well, that's unfortunate, noob.
We can't hear you when you talk, noob. You keep saying things, you're mumbling, and then we ask for clarity, and we get nothing. Can't have a conversation this way.
Alrighty then. Normal Flat Earth business will resume on Monday. We do have Ballbusters to plug on Saturday. So tomorrow, be here or be sphere, 8 p.m. UK time, 1 p.m. Central Standard, on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. So check it out.
Don't do that to him. Don't do it. He's still on the float. You're acting like you're a survivor of Titanic, and like he is just trying to get a little piece of the door.
What the hell are you talking about?
I have no idea, but I'm intrigued. Come again into the break? I think everyone's dropped a bit of acid, Neil. It's all a bit spacey at the minute. I don't really know what's going on.
Nathan, are they hearing us? And maybe we're not hearing them? Because that conversation had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Can you hear us in Discord? Oh no, it doesn't look like I'm flashing when I'm in Discord. I'm not flashing. Hold on. It could be that they can't hear us, Neil. They're talking to each other. Right.
Thank God, thought I was going nuts.
Check 1, 2. You guys hear us now? In Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, spacey is the perfect word, but you're delayed like 30 seconds.
Who is?
No, I can hear you loud and clear now.
Oh, so it was just going weird and wrong before. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's been a very awkward 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Because you were talking to each other, but you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, we couldn't hear a word from you.
Oh, okay. Well, this has all got weird real quick. So it's gone from me getting kicked out of, what's it called? Politics. Politics temporarily for saying nigger too many times. To having a severe
We
delay
don't
in
know
our
that for
Discord.
sure.
We don't know that for sure, but we will speculate that that is the reason. And to be fair...
Yeah, that's why.
It is.
I stayed in there for a few minutes and listened. That's why you got kicked.
That's fair enough. So I've got a temporary ban for 2 days.
Yep.
That's fair enough. It might
They didn't even say. They didn't even warn us. They
No,
didn't
that's
say,
fine.
"Hey, Nathan."
Neil, those are their terms of service. I should know better. Me, skirting close to the line in here.
Yeah, come on, Neil. You know the N-word was dropped 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I did.
No, it was more than that because I said it too.
It was more than that. Yeah.
That's not my point. I was just saying, why didn't somebody come in and say, "Hey, Nathan, we're gonna have to ban you for a couple of days." We just got kicked.
That's all right. Look, if there's somebody in there that's taking great pleasure in that and they're reveling in it and they're quite delighted, that's fine. Let them have their moment. It's only a couple of day ban. I should know better. As in, I know it's a terms of service violation. And when it happens, I'm over egging the pudding immediately because someone's trying to play the nigger word through a soundbite. Yeah? Now that person's getting banned immediately. I should have known better. It's not my server. So, my bad. I'll take it on the chin. No problem at all.
Would that be the tension?
On the tin chin. I'll take it on the
Whatever
tin
happened
chin.
with that? We're never gonna have a Rumpus Day. Where is he anyway? I haven't heard a word from him or anybody about Rumpus.
He's paid to be on a different project.
Well, unless you've been banned from politics, you're nobody.
He only exists in the maths now.
You've got to be someone to be. You've got to have been banned at some point from politics. No, that's good. They keep a tight ship.
Yeah, if you
You're going to be rubbing elbows with QE soon.
Before, then welcome, newbie.
I am actually quite grateful that this has occurred. So I know when I'm skirting close to the line with what I say. That was one of those times that I'm skirting close to the line in someone else's server where it's not my rules. So I've overstepped the line. I have. I know I have. I've got to accept that. So in a way, it's good. Just one sec. It does demonstrate that they keep a tight ship. Good. It's one of the reasons I like politics. So if it means that occasionally I'm subject to those rules, that's how it should be. Should be unilaterally applied to everybody. Good.
QE will be proud of you.
What took you to that point, Nathan? I didn't listen. I've only just jumped in. But was it somebody stating horizontal was curved that took you to that level or something like that?
No, someone played a soundbite with, I don't know who it was talking, saying nigger. So to over-egg that pudding and take away the sting, I said it multiple times and then got banned.
So let me get it straight. QE got banned for using the word cracker, and you got banned for using the N-word.
Yes.
Who's the racist?
I might want to be associated with a
Exactly what
racist.
Brian.
Right, unless you have some disdain for black people, I don't care if you use what Brian just referred to as the N-word. If you want to say nigger, you can. Unless you're actually a racist and are saying it with disdain for black people, then you're not allowed to say it. But it's not because you're not allowed to say the word, it's because I don't want to be anywhere near you because you're a racist scumbag.
I thought that was quite funny. They came in to try and do it.
You
took
know they didn't
control of the
treat Irish
situation.
people very kindly here in
Hold on a second,
America.
Adam. Go ahead
in
into the break.
1800s, you know that, right? They treated them very slave-like.
How do you know? Were you there in the 1800s?
Just as a cue, hold on. Adam Price, then Adam Meakin, then Neil, then Brian.
I don't think I said anything.
Who was it that was just talking a second ago in Discord? Into the break, sorry. Maybe he was finished. Go ahead, Adam Meakin.
Yeah, I was laughing. It was obvious what was going on. It was like the old P. Mars days coming in. Pathetic. I thought you owned it well, and then went completely over the top in quite a nice way, actually. Sets the standard. Don't do it. The server needs to control that. The first second that guy came in, I thought you described the lack of threat if somebody's going to come into this and try and intimidate the show with that word, and describe exactly what it is. It's just a word. Whether you choose to use it or not, that's all it is. Well done, mate. And I thought the gratuitous use was properly intentional from you. It was quite apparent to me that you were doing it, over-egging the pudding on purpose, which I think was a wise thing to do, ban or not. It's not that
exactly.
you that started that fight.
Exactly.
It's not you that allowed that in.
Yeah, once it's in, it's in. But if the person that's put it in initially gets banned, their rules are I also must be, if I'm using it contextually to take away the sting of the first use or otherwise. That's the rules. I accept that. However, as Adam's just pointed out, it was worth the ban. In other words, if I had the gift of hindsight and knew I was going to get banned for it, I'd have done exactly the same thing. Knowing that it was temporary. If it was permanent, probably not.
Or maybe it was when I came in and said it. Maybe that's why they got banned.
Yes, Neil, yes. Because in all of the dialogue that Nathan gave, he never used it as an insult to anyone, ever. It was just using the word, describing whether its use or is or isn't appropriate, and showing how it didn't intimidate him by repeatedly using the word, but never as an insult to anyone. Just pointing out it's a word. It was very good. Then lots of people think, oh, that's the time we could just use it freely.
No,
maybe the word is relevant.
It's still
Does
a charged
it appear
word.
in any of the sextant manuals?
What about the sextant manuals? I missed the joke, I'm sorry.
Never mind. Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, I stepped on Sensual. He started talking a second before me. You go ahead, Sensual. Make a joke again.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I love it. You're so Irish. No, I've ruined the timing. You go ahead with your joke again.
I know it is. I'm sorry. No, I just came in to say that there's something in Master B. You know, man, old dude, the global guy. He had something to say. Maybe he was the guy here. I think he might be a mod or something. He had something to say about the whole thing. He put it, and someone copied his comment and put it into, I think it was the Viking, put it into Master B.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Old dude. No, he's doing his job as a moderator. I can't simultaneously praise them for being strict and keeping control.
He's a prick.
He's not a prick. He's doing his job. Don't be like that.
Bullshit. He's looking for a reason.
That's fine.
No, Neil, they have to do that. When I'm applauding it, Nathan had to do that as well. You stand up to bullies, okay? I said he never used the word as an insult, but he did use it repeatedly and gratuitously on purpose. The server has to deal with that. It's not banned for life.
Yes, it was.
But
That's
you're
the word.
warmly welcome back on another show.
Okay, well,
Exactly.
why wasn't the guy that played the N word
He would have been.
to
Yes,
start
he would.
this whole thing?
He would have
banned
been
immediately.
He did.
That's for them and their standards now, isn't it? To show that they don't just ban inappropriately. Yeah, they will need to deal with him because he was the instigator, weren't they? If they've got any standards, and they'll say, we had to ban you, Nathan. We know you weren't using it as an insult. You were just highlighting its inappropriate use and showing that you weren't intimidated by it.
If you're going to ban me for racism, at least ban me for genuine racism. I actually hate the Irish. I mean, that's perfectly reasonable to ban me for that.
I mean, it's a good idea. I mean, I could think of 30 words if the Global uses them, just instantly get a 2-day ban. One of them's horizontal.
Indeedy. Well, if nothing else, it's always eventful when we go into politics. This is no exception. But it's the gratuitous use, I would say. Adam's vernacular, perfectly appropriate. Regardless of me taking the sting out of the word, which was my intention, it's being used, it's a charged word, and I used it gratuitously. Therefore, totally justifiable by any mod. You can't just say, that guy's an asshole. No, he isn't. Don't be like that, Neil. He's doing his job. Good on him.
I'm talking, listen, we've spoken to old dude. I'll go back and I'll play a few shows that he was on. He's a freaking retard.
No, he's not. He's
you
fine.
give him a retard mod powers?
It's irrelevant. The modding was perfectly acceptable. Just get over it.
Yeah, people. It's not. This is our own discussion that we can have on our own server. But you know, it's as I've tried to say in the politics server, skirting those lines, and I won't necessarily do it now because there's nothing to diffuse. It doesn't matter what the word is. Any word is benign. It's only ever the intonation behind the word that you need to concern yourself with. Nigger's no different to any other word. If you say it because you hate black people, then that person isn't a nice person. And it wouldn't matter what words are adjunct to that word. They don't like the person they're talking about when they address them with that word. So it doesn't matter if it's misogyny, racism, it's always the same. It's the intonation behind what's being said. Some people
I get that.
Just Neil, move it away and take a victory. Okay, motivation is key here. What was that? They couldn't come in and talk about elevation angles, could they? They came and they tried to play a little bit of music. Then they tried to use the use of inappropriate words to do what? To try and ruin the show or take away from the show because they haven't actually got anything to do with the topic because they've lost there. This is their motivation. That's the only play they've got in the book left.
Yeah, but then we fell victim to it because if that's what they did, we went in, Nathan did what he did, I said what I said, and we got kicked. So they accomplished what they wanted to accomplish.
No, they didn't. Look how quick they were to instantly mute when music came in. Their reactions in the server were not commensurate when the N word was used. Right? That's for them to deal with. And I praise Nathan the way he dealt with it.
I also praise me for the way I dealt with it.
You put it to the floor, and it's them that's got to deal with it. You didn't bring it up. Yeah, you just said, oh, you're going to try and intimidate me by bringing that word to this debate. I'll own it. Over the top, but I'll own it.
Yeah, so words and meanings. So where did this F word come from? Because that's just a word too. But so how do you use that when it's not good? Can you ever use it where it's good? No, right?
No, the F word's used for, I want to put a higher degree of intonation on the next word that follows. So you use F or F-ing before whatever word follows it, so that it means it's more important or should be paid more attention to. It's actually generally in English, it's a lack of vocabulary that leads people to use that word too much. And out of context, obviously.
Bit like science.
It's the Irish guys that I worked with.
I wouldn't
that
say
was every other
hold on, Neil.
word.
Just 1 sec. I wouldn't say science. I would say gravity, though. In the same way that if you haven't got anything to offer, but you just want to insert a magic word to accentuate whatever it is you're saying or make it seem more legitimate, people will just insert gravity in the same way.
Or refraction.
Or refraction in the same way they'll just add the fucking word because they need something to add extra.
But how did it become so offensive? Like, were they using
Because
that
of what
word
it
in the
means.
1600s?
Because of the literal word in its literal context. Same with most words, right? Their meanings shift over time, but the original contextual meaning is normally the one that's the most offensive.
Science would be in there as well. I don't know why I went against that.
Yeah, you're probably right. They just throw that word in. In fact, now thinking about it, it is. I've said no, and it's more appropriate than I first gave it credit when I said no. But yeah, they do just throw the word science in. You could almost say a sentence that was a complete nonsensical reply to any question, pause, and then say science, full stop, and suddenly have more gravitas. The Turkish delights taste better because the White Witch made them. Science.
Exactly. Oh yeah, like it's constantly being used out of context, left, right, and center for clout.
Yeah, over-egging the pudding. There's a proper method to that. Science.
Yeah, exactly.
Mixing my metaphors, I just said over-egging the pudding with science. It's just not true. Cookery, though. Cookery? That's science.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, my idea for a cake is just as good as a hypothesis.
Yeah, exactly. How much egg you over-egg it with, that's your hypothesis right there. That's a scientific prediction if I've ever heard one. Phenomena, Kate Rice has done it. Have you not seen it? That's something happening right there. Can't tell me that's not happening. It's cause and effect reasoning if I've ever established it. So we've definitely established cake is science.
Oh, let me ask you a question. When it rises...
So hold up. We had the episode where everybody uses the word nigga, and I had a meeting.
You weren't here, no, chocolate.
Yeah. I couldn't come in and say, yo, y'all my niggas.
No, that's not the word we used. No. You're using a different word. No, notice chocolate used a different word.
Yeah. And he used it outside, actually, at somebody. That's what you were very good not to do. You didn't direct at anybody. You didn't, even in a friendly way. You just used the word repeatedly.
I couldn't do that without changing the word that he used that he played. The word used was nigger. Coming in and if I subtly altered it, people would have called me Weasley.
R, yeah.
Yeah, if I had to keep the hard R. It was a hard tightrope to walk on, and I got banned for it.
So wait a second. So nigger is the hard R, and that's my nigger? That's the AH or something?
Yeah, nigger is soft H, soft R, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. But to be fair, Chocolate, it was better that the white person just dealt with it.
No, that's fine. I was in a meeting, so I couldn't say anything, but I was just kind of laughing in the background. Then when I realized you got kicked about, I was like, damn, really? Like that. But then somebody played the shit. So it's like, what the hell, man? But then, Nathan OD'd. It was like, yeah, my nigga. So that was kind of funny.
Yeah, it was. Hey, let me get back on topic here. Let me ask you a question, because you brought up cake and stuff like that. And
what?
So when you're like, my wife was baking the other night, and I don't know what she did, but she needed the dough to rise, right? So is that considered something going up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your question? Really? I'm glad we could help.
So like, Well, because for a long time, I'm like, do we have anything else other than gases going up?
You're saying
bread.
cake
Or-
go
or
up.
with respect to the cutting
disproves
board.
gravity, yes. I need to write this down. Cake goes up also. Got it? Yeah, it's a good one, Neil.
With respect to
Let's
cutting
put
board.
it in the book.
It's not very natural, Neil. Not very natural.
With respect to the cutting board, is that what you said?
Wait, did we see
What about
cakes?
capillary action with water? When water climbs up a towel or something?
Yeah, that's definitely stuff going up.
Now we're talking.
You get that in plants too.
definitely
And
due to the
also
same
a
thing
slight
that makes
vacuum.
things go down.
It's alleged.
A slight vacuum.
Yeah,
Where's that vacuum in nature?
in plants? Yeah, it's alleged. I've had that put to me a couple of times.
You don't see
So it's not
Dysons
just
growing off
gases
trees,
then?
Neil?
There's plenty
Yeah,
of stuff.
I know. I knew about trees too, but something
No,
detached.
the Dysons that grow off trees, those are the vacuums.
Not just cakes, cookies also.
Shut up, Nathan. Just put it in the book.
Okay, cookies and chocolate chip variety ones, they rise a bit less. Do they make the book?
Well, I'm not. See, chocolate chip cookies are good if you have just a few chocolate chips. Too many, no good.
It's only no good because they don't rise properly. Because you can't have cookies on a globe Earth. There's no up.
Exactly. So they can't even have cookies now. Do not touch our cookies.
Hey, while we're on the subject, Brian, you there?
Depends what you mean by there.
As in present? I shared a video with Master B earlier. I was hoping you'd go through it.
On cookies?
Sorry, Sensual. Yeah, what is it? What are you asking me? Sorry?
To go through the video that you shared earlier, Master B.
Well, that's good. Yeah. That is good, isn't it? The neutral buoyancy video. It's only a short, really, but it's actually very good.
Yeah, go through it for everyone.
Action lab.
Because it's relevant to what we're talking about.
I'm looking in
Well,
Master
I'm
B.
kind of listening and driving, so I can't really.
I can do that. Whereabouts in Master B is it?
I only posted it there earlier on. So whatever the last post is from me, basically.
From early this morning.
Yeah, it is. It's good. Good video.
Oh, is it with a balloon in a truck?
It's starting with that. Yeah. He goes, but it gets better than that.
Okay. Yeah, I've got that up now. Do I need audio?
Well, yeah, you're going to need. I'm not commenting on this. I'm not
Lunge
looking
forward
at it. I'm going to be listening to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or fly to the
driving.
back. It stays right where it was, like it's stuck in a gel or something. So neutrally buoyant objects don't fly forward during collisions. So that got me thinking, is this the perfect method to protect an egg in an egg drop?
I've seen this already. I don't know who the YouTuber is, but I've definitely seen this. The long form version. This is a short.
Well, let's try it. First, I made some water that was the same density.
Oh, it's the guy mixing. It's the chemical mixing guy. I love this guy. This guy's great. I don't know who he is, but I do watch his shorts when I flick through them, and I've watched several of his long form videos. He's the kind of guy who goes, inside this vial is a load of absolutely lethal toxic material, and I just can't wait to break it open. And here's me breaking it open. And you're like, oh my God, isn't it going to kill you? It's one of those. This guy's great.
You got a link for him?
Oh, yeah, that's what I should do, really. Share him. I'll put a link. Hopefully it is actually him that is on this short, because some people steal, duet, whatever you call it on YouTube, other people's material, and it becomes their green screen version or whatever. Hopefully this is actually that videographer. I don't know. I'll put a link to it either way. So it's going by in the live stream chat now if you are watching this live, which hopefully you are. Please click on this link that's going by and let this videographer know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
By putting some salt in the water until the egg didn't sink or rise in the water. Now that we have our liquid that's the same density as our egg, we need to fill up a container that has no bubbles in it. If there are any bubbles, they'll move around and cause the egg to move around. So first, let's start off.
Well, I don't remember them explaining why that would be the case. Why would the bubbles cause a problem?
because they're not the same buoyancy.
I don't know, but somebody's playing with an egg and salt water, so Clovers start losing their minds.
Oh yeah, I forget this is triggering to some some ball believing people. I forget where I am sometimes. Chocolate, of course. Yeah, don't panic, ballers. Gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years.
Off with a small drop in a clear container and see if the egg breaks or just stays put, moving along with the container. The egg just moves exactly along with the bottle and the water in the bottle. So the egg can't crack because there's no stress points pushing on the shell that would make it crack. But let's see.
Okay. Other than triggering globers, I mean, this is obviously all very bad for ball believers, but was that the main point? Brian? Or Liam?
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, because the whole point was that he's able to use neutral buoyancy to protect an egg. Do you know what I mean? He can protect an egg with neutral buoyancy. In other words, like it also kind of, like it kind of, although I didn't give it much thought, it also kind of focuses a little bit on the nonsense telling them to be doing. Do you know what I mean? You know the way they're throwing bottles out of windows and all this other stuff and doing stuff with balloons and cars. No, this kind of thing. Well, it was good because it's like, it's not going up, it's not going down. You know, like a neutrally buoyant balloon. Like, I mean, I didn't expect it to be shown on. I don't know what you're asking me about or what you want from me, Nathan. I just shared it in Alpha B. I didn't do anything else. You'll have to deal with that quandary yourself.
You've done plenty. You've done enough. Now you're ruining it.
I'm not dealing with it. I've decided I'm not dealing with it.
You don't have to. There's nothing to deal with. It's okay.
Trying to explain something out. I didn't expect it to happen.
Okay. We're not putting you that much on the spot. If anybody's wondering, spoiler, when he gets to the highest height, because I've seen the long form version of this, it does actually break. So I believe, I can't remember if it's off a building. Oh, it's off a cliff. Yeah, that's right. So when he gets to this height, it does actually fail. So from memory, it wasn't actually the failure of the egg. It was the failure of the bottle around the egg. In other words, the plastics failed.
The container. They have to change container because, well, I can't remember the reason, but the container was slightly smaller, so there was less room for the water to protect the egg.
But you're talking about a 50 to 100 foot drop by the time it's like failing. In other words, this principle's so sound that you've got to literally go out of your way to find a pretty high drop, like a cliff, to throw it off to make it fail. I was quite astonished. Same with Brian. It's not like we need to deal with anything. It's just, when you're talking about neutral buoyancy in this case, right? And he's already explained it. I'm glad we caught the bit that we did in the shorts. He obviously knows what he's doing when making a good YouTube video. There's no stress points. In other words, it's not banging against the side of the container because it's held in neutral buoyancy. Well, like, we can discuss this without an issue. Ballers can't. This is all devastating. Go ahead, Adam.
I just thought he got the wrong end of the stick. That's not the requirement to get into a Puff Daddy party.
That's rude.
Only if you know.
Is it not interesting that simultaneously the world is being told about Russell Brand being an alleged rapist, while Katy Perry is being sent off to space? Is that not weird to anybody? Is it just me, or is that quite a strange coincidence? Both in the limelight at the same time. Weird.
Yeah, you see, once married, they both separate. One goes to the Church of Heliocentrism and is lauded, and the other goes to Jesus and is vilified. Is it strange in today's world? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's surprising that somebody that professes Christ trying to speak truth, he's a very fallible man, but he's attacked for being human and professing his love for Jesus. It's probably not surprising in today's world to me.
You summarised it better than I and drew better connections than I was aiming for. Brilliant. Yes, exactly. It does strike me as weird. I'm not going to say that it's intentional or, more than just a coincidence, but my God, it is bizarre. that those two are in the news at the same time for very, very different extremes. One is worshipping Gaia, kissing the namesake of her daughter and the earth, literally. Praise be to heliocentrism. The other one's going to be cast down in flames for the pervert he was 20 years ago after finding his way to God and Christ. Okay. I don't really what to say. Just the news is messed up.
Like, I understand your link between those two things happening at the same time. I just think it's kind of funny that, I don't know, that the last two attempts at this mainstream space narrative have not folded very well for the people who purport that shit, including the astronauts that were supposedly rescued. I'm seeing a lot of or I saw a lot of pushback against that. A lot of call outs to fakery and shit with that. And then now you got this one where these, the girl power and space thing. I don't know. I find it almost seems like it's going to be very hard for them to keep pushing this crap as time goes by. Like, people used to just willingly accept it. Now you read comments and you see reactions. It's like so many people are like, this is just nonsense. And, I don't think all of them are flat earthers. I think just people are just seeing the bullshit. So I think it's going in a good direction. That's just my personal opinion, though.
There's
Sorry.
go on, one day.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Wanda.
I was just saying, like, it's almost, I mean, the whole thing's bizarre. I've not watched tons of it, but it just does seems like some sort of ritual or something that they're doing, or something really strange. But on the other hand, it's so obvious it's fake. I mean, are they trying to actually see how far they can make it look so fake before, people actually start realizing how much fakery did people need to realize this is actually fake?
Well, I think it's actually aiming for a different mentality. Because we're hypercritical, we're really looking at it, and when it looks a bit fake, like when they launch, for whatever reason, that looked properly CGI, like it had come out of a graphics card. But nevertheless, most people aren't watching. So I remember The Simpsons covering it, and they've got, this is in the 90s, like the mid-90s, and there's Homer and Bart, and they're watching the TV, and then it cuts to, and now we're going to be launching from Kennedy, and on today's space mission we have a mathematician, a statistician, and another mathematician, and they will be going off to test the effects of nuts and bolts in space. And this is coming over the TV while Bart and Homer fight to get the remote batteries back in so they can change the channel, while Bart's like, oh no, not another boring space launch, no. And he really wants to get it turned off and switch the channel, but the batteries have come out the remote. That's the gag as they fight to get it on, and they're having to listen to our boring space launches. In the same episode, Homer goes up into space and causes chaos, opens a can of pop or whatever in space, and whatever, lets a load of ants out from memory. The point being that they're creating this impression of mundane, boring nonsense. Well, when I see the reaction videos from the people I am subscribed to, like Dr. Grande, who's typically giving us his psychological take on some crime that's taken place or some tidbit that's in the news, his reaction to is, this is really boring. Snoozeville. In other words, most people aren't interested in it because there's nothing to be interested in. Rocket goes up, rocket comes down, Katy Perry kisses the ground. That's it. We're hypercritical of the Bezos with his door. We're using it to prove flat earth proof. When I said we the first time, it was the collective flat earthers. We the second time is us, specifically. We're using it to prove with the measurements are coming off a flat surface, and surface level and sea level are flat earth proofs. That's what we're doing. But Joe Normie isn't. It's just tedious nonsense. But it's there in the background noise of space is real, space is real, space is real, space is real.
Yeah, they got to keep reifying it.
Yep,
they have
keep
to
doing it. It's just there in the background. Like me getting emails still, because I can't be bothered to unsubscribe from Science at NASA. Like, when I was a baller, I would read some of the emails, maybe. But for the most part, I'm on an emailing list that's updating me with space. I don't have to read the emails, but every time I go through the list of emails I'm not reading, there's just a science at NASA. New red ... in the list of emails. I'm not going to read that today. But
Don't
for
forget
every
all
other
the
baller...
research they did.
Say again?
So don't forget all the research they did in the 4 minutes that they were supposedly in a vacuum.
Yeah, they're all astronauts. No, what was the misogynistic view I took earlier?
They filmed it.
It's outrageous that these chicks are taking away the men's job of space fake. They should be leaving the space fakery to the men. Disgraceful. They should be sweeping up the studio and making tea for all of the cinematographers, the hard-working male ones. Yeah? Drag me up on that misogyny. Nathan says it should be the men that are faking space. Let's see if that gets me on mainstream TV.
There is a benefit, though, to using female astronauts, because when they left that capsule, it was spotless.
Outrageous.
I don't know. You ever go into a ladies' bathroom after church? Not so spotless.
What the hell, Neil? What are you doing going into ladies' bathrooms after church?
Bastard, he robbed my joke.
I was on the maintenance team, so I had to clean up. And what a mess. That women's bathroom was horrible.
That's exactly what I told the police. On the maintenance team, I told them.
There's two big YouTubers that covered it. This guy, Benny Johnson, who has 3-point-something million YouTube subscribers, he was making a big joke out. Like, he was like showing the door issue and all that. This is totally fake. And he's not a flat earther or anything. Because he was talking about, whatchamacallit, he was talking about, space and all the rest of it. So he wasn't saying the space was fake, but he was saying this is total fake nonsense. He was laughing at it. He even had an intro that was funny because his intro was using parts from one of the I'm not sure if it was I think it was the Hot Shots movie.
Oh.
And one of the Hot Shots movies where they're referencing a penis, but everyone was saying like Johnson and Dick and all this kind of stuff. And there's kind of like it's the way it's done is that they end up being just guys' names. But anyway, long story short, he ends up having Dr. Evil as as Jeff Bezos. The way he did it was pretty funny. But he's not anything a flat earther. Never heard him mention that like that. But even he was attacking that. Now I don't have much time for that guy too much. But I'm just saying he is a pretty big YouTuber. Candace Owens also covered it, and her sentiment was similar to yours, Nathan. She was like, people are all like, people are all going on about how it's a woman power and women this and blah 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 blah. She said like that women are doing space now and everyone's supposed to care, and she said space was being faked by men since the 1960s, she said. So them faking it with women now makes no difference. She said it's all fake. Now,
is that what Candace Owens said?
Yeah. She wasn't saying the earth is flat, but she was saying the whole thing is a heap of rubbish. Nobody went to space or went to the moon.
Oh, man, I blow so hot and cold with Candace Owens when I hear things like that. That sort of recognition. I suppose there's only a fine line between someone like Candace Owens and an anti-flat earther, and indeed us, right? So when you say people like the guy you described first, saying, look how fake it is, and he's got the Hot Shots part of descriptions of people looking at what is obviously penis-shaped and going, it looks like a giant, cut to the next person, Johnson. And then they start talking about something else that's obviously penis-shaped.
That's Austin Powers, isn't it?
Could be Austin Powers. Brian said Hot Shots. Regardless, the point is that guy, he is on that edge where potentially he could slide down the hill and become an anti-flat earther, right? Most of the people who oppose this have got names that even make my point for me. Conspiracy cats. You're like, what type of person is that? Somebody's looking at that aspect of the news, right? So they think they're all upbeat and informed because they're looking at the conspiracies of the world. In other words, they're the tards they portray us to be. They've all got that sort of crap in their names, the anti-flat earthers, I mean. If you look at their names, that's often a theme that runs along with them, that they're the ones studying the conspiracies and debunking them, right? But no, in reality, these are just conspiratards, and they want us to be what they project onto us. This guy who's saying, look, Thunderbirds are go, when he's looking at these obvious CGI images of women going to space, he's not looking at the bigger picture here. And there's another layer to it. It's not really about the women. Is nobody concerned with how many black people there were doing it? It's bloody outrage.
Well, I can't, like the first guy, this guy Benny Johnson, he normally just covers politics. You know, it's more of his forte. But he does cover other stuff. But he's very much on the far right kind of thing, right? Now, him, I don't think he'd become an anti-flat earther. He hasn't. It'll probably just shock him someday to the earth is flat, right? Candace Owens, I would say, is much more likely to become a flat earther than to be an anti-flat earther. She's not against it, if you know what I mean. She might be a flat earther for all I know. She just doesn't state it. But she's definitely against the moon landing and all this space stuff and NASA and all this other rubbish. She just sees it as a lot of Freemasonry nonsense. So, but I understand what you're saying. There is a lot of these people who are conspirators and they're trying to debunk something that they think is a conspiracy when it's not. It's just the way it is.
But that's the way it's gonna have to go, right? Like, sorry, man. I was just gonna say real quick it seems to me that's kind of the way. Like, not everybody's gonna jump from believing in a ball to straight to flat Earth. Some people will have to come to terms that NASA's full of shit, and I think that's what. Because I think right now they know obviously flat Earth is a thing and it's not going anywhere, so they need to hype up all this space crap. And I think it's backfiring on them, which is helping people to realize that NASA's full of shit. So, I don't know. I think that's just going to help us later on. So people wake up to this nonsense.
Or it's a controlled demolition. Certain things based on what is acceptable in the rules, terms of service, and things like that, as we've been talking about in this show, rather, we're still live, are being deemed as acceptable. For example, you can talk about space and moon landing fakery. We're not removed permanently. We're not perma-banned for talking about those things. Well, what does that mean? It means that there's an acceptance that presumably that lie must come to a close at some point, but it's better that they have some semblance of control over how that lie gets dismantled. Now, 10 years ago, I was suggesting that they'd push that lie slowly onto the private sector, right? You've got other people, and when I was talking about it last, I was talking about Virgin and Branson. Now, that was the unfolding in the 80s and 90s. Now we've got it with Bezos and Musk. So the type of keeping the private sector around NASA for presumably the inevitable collapse of that giant lie, because it can only last so long. And if you're in the know, you know it's a lie. So you know there's a lifespan to it, right? Like any lie. But you've got to keep a kind of bit of padding around it from normie private sector people that can basically take the brunt of the blame if it ever did collapse. But I think that it's had potential failure points highlighted too many times now, and they know that the web of deceit within the space lie has to come to a conclusion. Maybe I'm deluding myself. Maybe they will just keep propping it up over and over and over and over.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why sorry,
Chocolate, then one deck. Hold on, one deck. Just go ahead, Chocolate. Just round this out, and then we'll go to you, one deck. Go ahead, Chocolate.
No, because I was saying that's why even in their narrative, there's that contention now. Because like yesterday, I was listening to them complain how now they're calling these women, they're calling them full-on astronauts. They did all this training and blah blah blah, right? When some of the mainstream was just saying, but they just went on a ride. And then they compared that with when William Shatner supposedly went up there, right? And he himself said he just called it a ride. He wasn't calling himself an astronaut after that. So now there's this back and forth amongst themselves in their own story, whether these people are astronauts, whether they're taking the valor of, the real astronauts. It's hilarious to me. But I just see it as all just falling apart.
I just before one day goes, just so you know, and I put a comment into your man Benny Johnson's video and into Candace Owens' video, and it was about the diffusion of gases. And I just said in one of those comments, because only one of them I think I referenced it, that they're all astronauts. Because anyone who's claiming to go to a place that can't exist, which is that region, you're an astronaut. That's all you have to be. You have to be part of that and be willing to lie. That makes you an astronaut. Doesn't mean you're going up to some heliocentric outer space. So yes, those women are absolutely astronauts. Quite a liar.
I'm astronaut, so is my wife. Space starts at sea level. Go ahead, Wandek.
I can't remember his point. It pops into my head. Maybe chocolates, and people just having come to realization about and coming to realization that the whole NASA and moon landing is fake before they get to the flat Earth situation. But what I've noticed, and I don't know, the David Icke's of the world, I usually, no matter what you think of him, he might be predictive programming or whatever, but I always used to criticize him for, if you think, he knows this and he knows that and what's going on in the elite world, apparently, but he doesn't know the Earth's not a globe. But what I have noticed recently is he's now talking about how fake the moon landings were, and this couldn't have possibly happened. And I've never heard him speak in them about this topic before, which I think can only be a good thing if it's pushing people, the amount of people that listen to David Icke, and now he's saying that the so-called moon landing was definitely fake. It didn't happen. Then it's the first step towards then, well, if that's fake, then let's look at the globe. So I don't know if he's pushing that because he's being told to push it, or he's just finally woke up and is realising it like we all did. But that's all I needed to say.
Yeah, I hear your sentiment there, and I think it's something I was going to say earlier, but I didn't want to be pushing my voice in there too much. Is based on what Chocolate was saying, and someone else said something earlier as well, which almost led me to say what I'm going to say is that it's like this kind of soft landing. It's like they're making the whole thing into a joke, so people view it as people are viewing it then as more of a funny thing, that it was all fake. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to a funny thing that was all fake, as opposed to actually getting angry about it. So bit by bit by bit, it's become like the next one is more ridiculous than the last one. And it's just like, eventually people are going to go, that whole space thing is some joke, ha ha ha. Not realizing, no, that whole thing, right, was a massive deception. And now you're being deceived again because you're being led to believe that it's a joke. Now, it's either that could be the direction it's going, where they're trying to do a soft landing, or it could be kind of like what happened with the Democratic Party, where they tried the same trick too many times. And eventually, like the Democratic Party in the US, they lent on a load of celebrities, and it meant nothing because they lost. Now, are elections fair? Are they real? Are they not all of them not, in some way manipulated? Yeah, you could say that. But the point being is that if you can be overconfident if you keep using the same tactic every time. But eventually someone's going to see through that, and bit by bit people are going to see through it. So it's either that the same tactic has been used too many times and they're too lazy about it at this stage, and if they're trying to take the heat off of NASA and it's going wrong, or the whole purpose of this is to gradually take the heat off of NASA and gradually kind of they'll be going between Blue Origin and X, Elon Musk, and maybe someone else, Branson, will get involved. And before you know it, it'll all be kind of like a big watered down kind of a joke. When the real truth is that NASA took the absolute piss for decades and to allow everyone of us a globe. But, you know, I have more to say, but I'm not going to leave someone else to say something.
Yeah, I suppose it would be easier as a gradual sort of, instead of being hit across the skull with a sledgehammer and just said it was all one big lie. Like you say, it's like they've been doing it in stages now. Some of these big celebrities, like I mentioned, are now talking about it when they never have. So, you know, yeah, you could be right, mate. Something's going on anyway. We know that.
Well, it's either complete laziness on their part and they're kind of contempt for their audience, contempt for the public, because the public have been so easy to fool. They have contempt for them, and they're literally doing stuff like making penis-shaped rockets and pretending they're going up to this place with a lot of BS celebrities, blah blah blah. It could be that, or it could be that they're trying to actually create some kind of a soft landing and make it into more of a something that people, when they think of it as more of a comedy. But, you know, it could be either one. But there's definitely something either going wrong on them when they don't want it to, or going wrong in exactly the way they want it to. You know, there's no doubt there's think tanks goes into this stuff. Groups of people sit around and have a good think about how are we going to deal with this problem. But you still have the people out there who go, oh, we know it's a globe, but they've been lying to us about how much space they've explored, and maybe they've been lying about how many aliens are out there. Like these people, they still exist. So it's going to take more than this. This could be another 10 years before people who are saying they've been lying about going to space, but space is still real and it's still a globe. It'll be another 10 years before those people start even questioning any of this. Because 10 years ago, David Icke was asked about flat Earth. And now and of course, David Icke, a conspiracy theorist. So he's going to be well ahead of the normal person, the normal baller person. Do you know what I mean? Or baller and heliocentric enthusiast. You know, the anti-flat earther especially. And even he took 10 years to get to the moon landing. You know, 10 years ago, he didn't want to address flat out really at all. Not that he didn't want to, he just had nothing to say about it because it was kind of a bit of a shock for him. Oh no, some of the things I've been saying haven't had, you know what I mean? If what they're saying is true, then what I've been saying is wrong. You know, but, you know, I don't know. He's just, go on.
He might be closer in some regards being a conspiracy theorist, but he's going to be further away because of a lot of his conspiracy theory, quote unquote, is based upon heliocentrism anyway, from aliens from sky vacuums.
Exactly, and that was the thing with him, you see. He addressed the Earth being flat. He said he didn't know. He said it's not something that he ever gave thought to. But because...
No, he said it could be both. It could be either it's down to the observer or something stupid
yeah, it
like
was
that.
vague. Yeah, I remember I was saying it was vague what he said. But, you know, I kind of had a bit of empathy for him. He didn't know what to say because he probably just thought it was a globe. And suddenly he was being presented with evidence that it wasn't. And he's up there doing all kinds of tours and all the kinds of stuff. And his popularity went down after Flat Earth came out, like a lot of those type of people. But they gained in popularity again because of TikTok and and X and all this kind of stuff. They gained in popularity again over time. But now he's addressing the moon landing because it's a good thing for him to address now because it's more and more you have people like Candace Owens, especially Candace Owens, in fairness to her. She's really spearheaded this. NASA are a load of BS. She's like, they're just a credit Freemason Satanists, basically, as far as she's concerned. But she's probably not too wrong. But yeah, she's spearheaded that. So people like David Icke were kind of going, maybe this is the time for me to address that, you know. So, but I don't know. But they're definitely well behind us. How far behind us the average person is, I don't know. The average anti-flat earther, you know, I was thinking earlier, what would be your thoughts on this? Like, the way I was thinking about this earlier is heliocentrism, right, is the biggest, by far, and most successful plantation of all time. It's just a case of whether the people who are slaves to it, whether they're going to want to move away from it. Because a lot of slaves could have left the plantation, they could have revolted over time, like, but they don't, and they didn't, because it's what they got used to. It's what they have food, they had a shelter. You know what I mean? It was like they were comfortable with it because it was familiar to them. Whereas freedom wasn't familiar to them, especially if they spent their whole life as a slave. So the idea of being freed might not have been something that was of any good to them. They might have not wanted to do it. So with heliocentrism, loads of people are enslaved to it intellectually, and they don't know it. And it comes down to whether they want to be freed or not, because a lot of them obviously don't. So I would call it a plantation, an intellectual plantation, not a physical plantation, obviously, not like not like in the past in history, but an intellectual plantation.
Yeah, the shame that they insist you must feel for being a flat earther. It's one of the biggest psyops you could ever think of. It's inconceivable, really.
Yeah, if you're a flat earther, it means you wanted your freedom. Do you know what I mean? And you chose freedom. And they want to shame people for choosing freedom because that scares them, that terrifies them. To be to accept it's not a globe. Do you know what I mean? Oh no, that's totally unfamiliar. I can't do that. So they'll go against it, as much as possible.
Right. Time to leave the live stream watchers and move into the after show phase of this slightly disastrous politics visit. I believe it is. So with that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Right, after show.
Thanks for an extended show, Nathan. It was a great laugh.
The live show? Well, it was an interesting discussion. Often when things like that happen, it catches me off guard, but I'm not suggesting Brian takes those opportunities to open up interesting discussions, but it's nice that the panel are around when things like that happen, because you do get interesting discussions, thanks to people like yourself and Brian and One Deck and Adam. I remember it's not always about me.
What? I would deny that. Look at that. Look, somebody's show tonight's already going to be about you. Flat Earth and Nathan Oakley gets banned. Sad, isn't it?
You reckon? Nah.
It's on screen. On screen.
What do you mean on screen? Am I looking at? I can't see. It's too small.
So that's the show Bev's show due to start in 4 hours. Free for all Friday. Flat Earth and Nathan Oakley gets banned.
Oh, Bev.
Yeah, see? It's all about you.
Fair enough. No, fair enough. I take it back.
Trust him to take that angle.
You'll what? Take that angle and raise me or what?
I got your joke. Good man. Thank you.
Need to make a thumbnail. I suppose I should clickbait what happened. Need to find a big giant banned word, don't I? See what we can come up with. Do an image search. Just straight up, just rob the first thing I find. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do exactly that. I'm so lazy. Good session yesterday working on the book. Wouldn't you agree, Adam? I was there.
Yeah,
I was present the whole time. I did stay on mute the whole time. Didn't talk at all or engage after Adam gave me a little lecture and a little pep talk about getting engaged. Joining in. Did, however, sell 2 microphones. They both got shipped out.
And we got 2 chapters done.
I can laugh about it because of the microphones, and it's one of those. People can get annoyed with me. It's that, or believe it or not, microphones will be the saviour of my YouTube channel, right? For everyone getting pissed off at them. No, I'm making ends meet with them. Very, very, very important that I can do that, so I can keep doing the flat Earth YouTubing thing while I'm making the book. That means that I'm lining up dominoes that will eventually fall down with a lot of help from Adam, QE, Brian, One Deck, everybody who's currently in the G Plus panel, right? Neil, not so much. But a lot of help from everybody. So that, things can carry on happening. But if I'm turfed out of here because I don't pay the mortgage and the bank repossesses my... that suddenly the YouTubing stops, doesn't it?
Do you sell anything else on eBay?
No.
Or just mics?
I've got no passion for it. I've got a vacuum on there at the moment, but only because somebody gave me a free vacuum. So my brother-in-law's parents died, and in the process of kicking out all their stuff, they were like, "You like these SIBO vacuums? Do you want one?" I'm like, "Of course! I want a vacuum so I can sell my old one." Isn't what I said. But yeah, I've got a vacuum on there, but that's just a coincidence. But I like selling stuff that I like. So I wouldn't want to just buy stuff, because Adam's doing that, right? And I'm sure Adam's miserable because of it. Adam's buying and selling stuff because he needs to do a huge amount of turnover. So there's no fun in that, though, right, Adam? Am I wrong? You don't take no pleasure in what you're doing when you're flogging stuff and buying stuff.
No, it's time you have to set aside. It's not looking for anything other than opportunity, are you? So.
No.
Can I have I'm saying like I have little things like axial fan motors type of thing, 240 volts. But I have a heap of them that, I mean, that's why I was asking you, that I could just give to somebody to sell them.
Yeah, I've done that in the past where I've had to survive on on eBay funds, and when it was those times, literally when I was completely out of work, then yeah, you would have been my best friend. Anybody that wants to give away anything that has any value ever, I'm prepared to put the time into marketing it on eBay. In other words, cleaning it, photographing it, giving a description of what it does, testing it, whatever's required to sell it. Because when I was doing that, it was just after I left the pawnbroker. So I knew exactly how to do it. I'd just been trained how to do it by people who were really skilled at it. So I was really good at doing it, and I could actually keep myself going while I looked for a different job. And that's precisely what I did. I could keep myself maintained. You can just get it down to how many listings in numbers do I need. And you can actually work it out. Like, if I can maintain this number of listings live, I can pay my mortgage. When I was doing it back then, it was 100. I had to maintain that. I don't know what it is now with microphones. I'll figure that out in about a month or two. But there'll be a level, there'll be a break point where you'll go, this is how much revenue it develops. But in order to do that, you've got to keep it at a certain level. So currently, I think I've got 19 listings. Well, at some point, I'll be able to tell you, I can extrapolate out the numbers, how much that gives me. And it might be the case that I was like, if I was to do it with like 100, I'm not going to. I probably could actually keep the mortgage permanently paid with it. It would be a proper business, in other words. Now, I don't want 100 microphones to deal with. Frankly, 20 is too many. It's very stressful. I don't want the broken ones. But that's like anything. Entropy is the enemy of every businessman. Why does this stuff have to break? What was the show number that we just had? So I can put it above the band sign. FED 21. What was it? 20, 23, 21. Is that right?
23, 21 I've got here.
23, 21. That's what I thought. Man, that is a lot of shows we have done. Do you not agree?
Stupid amount, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not enough.
Not enough. They're not long enough. Why can't they
Cheers,
all be 4
everyone.
hours?
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
FED, number one. Nathan and panel, cheers.
Yeah, happy Easter to you too. It's Good Friday, isn't it?
Good Friday today, yes.
I forgot it was a bank. I got up this morning. I was working anyway, but I went to the suppliers. I was collecting some parts I'd ordered for various jobs, and thought I'll go down and to the suppliers early, get down there, get all my bits, and then I had some jobs worked out for the day. And I got down there 10 minutes usually before they open, and sat outside. The gates were shut. I think it should be here soon. And I leave it another 10 minutes. And I'm thinking, bloody hell, they're late today. And then it dawned on me it was a bank holiday and everything's shut. Just didn't even realise.
Yeah, people telling me that when I was haggling hard over microphones. Can't ship it over the weekend. It's bank holiday. Bring it to me personally.
But yeah, I've got like I say, I can't. I'm not saying it like that. I'm busy. But like I say, I mean, I've got like fan. I just give them to somebody if they wanted them. The brand new axial fan motors, some case controllers. I think they sell for about £10, but they're new. Some of them are boxed, some of them aren't. You know, if you're ever interested, I can get you quite a few of them.
Okay, Rodney. This time next year.
Any Globers? Did you get any through to any Globers today?
Yeah, in the pre-show, I absolutely chastised for one after the next. Which in reality is probably the real reason I got banned by old whatever his name is.
Old dude.
So the main show today was live?
You are?
Yes, was the original main show live today? Because I missed everything.
Yeah, it's always live. When you say was the main show live, like I've had one members only stream just because I had a business that I'm trying to make happen on eBay whilst having a live show happen, and I'm like, I don't really want a load of stuff coming through the door while the show's running, and I just knew it was going to happen because I can track all the things that are coming. So I'm like, I'm just going to do this members only, but that doesn't mean that wasn't live either. That was live too.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to mention the mic talk is very interesting. I'm learning a lot from you. Thank you for that.
That's okay, no problem. It will get tiresome. I get it. I'm not unappreciative of the fact
that... Not tiresome. Come on, Nathan. It's entertaining. It's educating us.
It's not, and I know it isn't. But there's going to be a handful of people that do like it. If you are one of them, then great. I'm glad that you're extracting a little bit from it. And there are people who make entire careers on YouTube from microphone talk. And that isn't going to be me. You know, this is a temporary measure. And I'm not going to lie, I do like doing it. I wouldn't do it otherwise. That is to say, I'm not going to stop talking about something I do when I've got a show, and I can. Yeah. So it's not going to last forever. I'm not that interested in mics. I love the speakers and the equipment I've got. I don't talk about them all day, every day. There is a point that it will end.
I did want to mention that there is no 24-hour sun in the Arctic Circle. I spent 2 years up there, 6 months at a time. So Baffin Island and Devon's Island, I can't really talk about it. It was some security work up there. But 18 hours of daylight is the most I've ever seen up there. I didn't even think twice about it. But come to think of it, recollecting it was about 18 hours daylight. Not once did I see like a 24-hour sun. You know, light, yes, you could see like twilight and dusk, maybe almost 24 hours. But the sun, the actual sun in the sky, never, not once.
I mean, we had one guy that shared us with it shared it with us while we were doing the 24-hour sun tracking about 10 years ago. So in terms of having it shared with me via someone live streaming it from their phone, I've never experienced it personally, as in being in an area where I can just turn around and see it. But I'm pretty convinced it does happen, at least in the north, by evidentiary standards that I could stand by. Now, if
Yeah,
that would...
like I said,
Go ahead.
yeah, like I said, there's daylight for 24 hours. I think it lasts maybe for a week in the winter. But otherwise, actually, like me looking up at the sky and tracking the sun 24 hours, well, mind you, I'd be sleeping, right? But yeah, I guess, yeah, you have a point there.
Let's see, it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth anyway, does it really?
No, that was just a bunch of bull honk bollocks. That was just a shill sponsored by the government. There's no way, what's his face, going to pay $500,000 to send these people down there. There's some government involvement. It's pretty obvious, eh? You guys know that, right?
But like we were saying before, you've got all that going on with Duffy, who's a big scammer, fraud. And then, like we was discussing before, all this fakery with these celebrity shepherd astronauts #, and and all this going on, and David Icke now on about the moon, and there's just don't know. There seems to be a bit of a tipping point going on.
Yeah, I could see them sending those celebrities up to a couple 100,000 feet, which means nothing. Like, if we're in a contained system, means nothing. They think they went to space. They're stupid, right? The average Balchinian is stupid. So, they're just naive. They just don't get it, right? They're programmed and indoctrinated, brainwashed, MK Ultra, whatever you call it.
I love that.
From Men in Black.
Well, they're shouting down. Sorry, mate.
I know. So for the Balchinians.
Yeah, but you've got them shouting out the pod, apparently. Oh, look at the moon, and I've just seen the Earth's curvature, where the priests, I'm not saying they do go there, but, the priests are telling them you won't be seeing any curvature anyway at these altitudes above sea level. You won't be seeing that. And then they're shouting out the window, yeah, I've seen the curvature. Well, who's saying what?
Have any of you ever seen Dell's? There's somebody made a thing, a little short video called Shed Rage. Has anybody seen that? Where he ties into what is his name, Tim Osman, because he gets what do you call it? What do you call that when your stream gets porn bombed or something? Yeah. Anyway, it's called Shed Rage. Look it up. It's only about like 2 minutes long. It's hilarious.
If you post the link, we'll have a look at it.
Yeah, I can't really type right now, so I'm kind of driving, so sorry.
Can't you pull over?
If you type it in, you'll find it. Yeah, if you just type it in, you'll find it. It's
Can't you
Dell
pull over?
Hubbard. It's hilarious.
And what is this kind of driving? Is that right in the middle of driving and not driving? Where are you at with that?
Well, I was at a red light, so I guess now I'm driving.
Too funny. Who said, can't you pull over? Who said that?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that in my position.
One deck. You get Nathan. Give him a +1.
+1, one deck.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, cheers, QE. Finally get to say hello to you. How are you?
Better hope he had breakfast.
They got you now.
He's driving.
Got you. Pull him over.
I didn't catch any of that. You still kind of driving?
No, I'm on speakerphone here, but I just wanted to say cheers, hello, great to hear from you. Never got to say cheers to you ever, so and great work. I follow you guys all the time. Been following you guys for like 7-8 years now, and I got a lot of insight that I can't blah blah about. But anyway, we're on the right track, obviously.
Who paid you?
Well, you're welcome.
Not all Masons are bad. I'll just tell you that.
All right, who's paying you?
Same go for the
I'm
Nazis, man.
retired. I'm retired, but I have a side gig. It's kind of like a surveillance security thing, but I don't talk about it much. It's sort of a boring situation, but
That sounds
yeah,
awesome. I know
occasionally.
you. I can relate. I've got this thing with microphones. I barely talk about it ever. People find it boring, but
I love
no, it's the
talk.
contrast,
Somebody's
right?
paid you to come in here
Especially
and
the
Just
Beatles
before
Abbey
we move
Road,
on, Peter,
that
just one sec, Bates. No, it's the contrast between who's paying you. Well, I've got this side hustle, and this is what I'm going. I'm retired, right? So you quickly list off where your income streams are and where you're at, right? And we know immediately that's where you're at because you've told us. We had the guy on Omnivore who's sat on mute and deafen, who I asked, I think it was 12 times, "Are you paid to be here?" Yeah. He dodged and ducked and dived that question.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah. I get paid privately. Like I've got government stuff, but I get paid privately because I do private work. I have about 4 guys under me, and we just watch people. No, I'm sorry, that's not right. Just being good Samaritan, good citizen.
Guys, since you're talking about where is my money, who is me paying? Nathan, send some money, man.
I don't.
Also,
no, I meant who paid you to come in here.
Checks in the post.
I don't like that phrase "side hustle." It always rubbed me the wrong way when people say that.
No worries, just call it what it is for you. Just call it what it is, QE. Prostitution.
Yeah. Okay, say a company wants something done, like investigated. That company will pay me. But I also get government, benefits because I'm retired. I'm 64. So anyway, I don't get it.
Can we ask what you used to do? What were you military?
Are you losing your hair?
I don't know. Just
can
the guys just kind of drive around watching people and stuff. I don't know. I know it sounds slimy and all that stuff, but the people that are being watched, they're usually criminals, eh? Like they're usually not very good people. Could be in corporate or, civilian, whatever. Anyway, that's enough about that. Let's get on with the show.
What you should do as a job, if you don't mind me asking? What was your occupation before you retired? If you don't want to say, it's okay.
Okay, I was sort of with the RCMP, but I was in a different department, sort of kind of the equivalent to FBI, sort of, but it's really hard to explain.
What were the initials?
Right?
RNP. Or didn't hear the initials.
Security. I had 4 colleagues that were down in the Antarctica Treaty Area working security for like 2-3 years. They were down there 6 months at a time. So this last experiment was just a bunch of bullshit. They're like maybe 800, 900 miles from actual South Pole or Southland, whatever. That last experiment, what a joke. I don't believe one minute of it.
Hold on. I thought you were going to say they're like me, 800, 900 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a second.
Exactly.
He said sort of driving, sort of in and out of jobs, sort of doing this.
What were those initials again?
Watching bad people. And we are monitored for how many years?
Hey, What were those initials again that you said?
What the final bullshit?
Like
No,
the
no.
That one?
FBI?
Like the
No.
FBI, but not.
No. I'm in Canada, remember? We're Mickey Mouse.
That's a different answer.
So it's a lot different. We're not even the Royal, whatever, the M6 or 5 or whatever. So
It's
there's
all
CSIS.
because of George. Because of
There's
George.
CSIS.
Now they are here. Yeah, I
Hold on.
told him
Are
already.
you in
many
Canada or
times.
sort of in
George.
Canada?
Hold on, noob.
CSIS
What's
like
the
Indigo,
initials? You said
kinda,
you said some initials, Bates. You said you were in the, and then you gave some initials. You said it too quickly for me to catch them.
Who, me?
Yeah, you said it's like the
Initials.
FBI. I'm in the BNC.
Oh, yeah.
Or
I said the equivalent of maybe like an FBI, but not. Like it's, forget it. I mean,
It's NSA. It's NSA. I know. I get
talk
it.
too much. I get banned all the time.
NSA?
When I text, yeah, when I comment, they ban me. My Navarons, they cut me right off. They won't let me comment 99%
What were
of the
the
time.
initials?
Did they sort of cut you off?
what were the
Shut up,
initials?
Neil.
No.
What were
They
the
sort of did,
initials?
yeah. Well, I have this channel, which they never
You
never
better
blocked
give me the damn initials, man.
It doesn't make sense. Like 1 week, Navrom is blocked, and then the next week it isn't. It's that's YouTube. I don't know what they're doing there.
Can you sort of give us the
I don't know.
initials?
He's sort of going to give us an
Well,
answer. It's like saying, where are you heading?
Yeah, I sort of. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I got a frog in my throat as well. I
This
just
is
want to
Trav.
say, I really admire you guys. You know, I'll get off here because I'm sort of
No,
making
you're
a lot of
fine.
nonsense.
We just before you get off,
Sort of not
can we
making
get those
sense.
initials?
The FBI.
No, the other ones you said.
Really, you got me. I'm having a
Your
brain fart
badge
here.
numbers here. Your badge numbers here.
No,
Oh,
your
no,
badge number.
No, Pat. I didn't have. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
said some initials before you said sort of like the FBI.
RH195. That's it. That's all I can say.
RH195.
No, those aren't the initials. That's his badge number. We want the damn initials.
Oh, it's freaking initials. Give it to us.
What, the RMB?
RMB.
Oh,
RMB.
Royal.
Oh, not
Royal.
rhythm and blues.
No,
Royal
you're all
Mountie,
that.
Royal Mountie Brigade.
It's R&B.
No, the B is.
Rhythm and
I just threw
blues.
that in there.
Rhythm
I
and
just threw it in there.
blues.
That's just the B. That's after A. I just threw that in there for the shits and giggles. But yeah, maybe for Bates. Maybe B for Bates. Maybe. I don't know.
You said
Anyway, you guys.
RCMP.
I just wanted to say I love everything about you guys. Like 8 years. I knew about flat Earth before that, way before, because of the stupid Masons that that I worked with. You know, a lot of them they know what is kind of going on, but I just played dumb. You know, I just did my job and blah blah blah. I didn't get involved with that Mason bullshit. But I know, like I have relatives that, like my cousin down in, he was FX in Hollywood there. Yeah, he's an upper level, like he's retired now, but he did a lot of work for NASA. But there's about 24 guys in the FX departments down there early, like in the 90s, 80s, and 70s. They did a bunch of work for NASA. NASA has their own FX department now, like they've had since like 2010, maybe 11 or something like that. So they don't have to hire Hollywood anymore because they trained all these people and they have their own outfit now. You know, they have their own like warehouses and sound stages and shit. You know, like my cousin, like he's about 75 now. He was involved with miniatures, like like space shuttles and satellites, like those kind of videos with the visual background. Looks like space. Yeah, they're all miniatures. Like that, NASA's the farce. 90 million a day. Like where's that money going? You know what I mean?
Research. Girl power. Oh no, that's Bezos.
Space toilet paper.
Well, mind you, yeah, they have 10,000 employees. I guess that's a big chunk of money right there. You know, they got to keep them under wraps, right?
Well, not keep
Like
them
the
under wraps.
guys
Keep
on the
them busy.
computers and
Keep
that,
them
the
busy.
engineers, they think they're actually building a rocket.
Yeah,
Which
they
they
are.
are. They're building a rocket, but it doesn't go anywhere except into the water.
Exactly. So they have got plenty of busy work. They are, genuinely. That's the thing. It's really a fine line because if you start calling NASA employees liars, that's outrageous. But there's people in there that have worked their
I
entire
didn't.
career in there and done good
That's like,
things. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, the 10,000, they're hardworking or whatever. They're 100,000, whatever. They're just normal people doing their job, like in any other engineering outfit or whatever. They just look at a computer screen, schematics and all that stuff. They don't see the final product where it goes, right? They don't know.
They're researching beyond the ice
yeah.
wall, mate. That's what they're doing.
Well, yeah, well, just think of it. Back in 1958, when they officially became a space agency, they had Disney and Hollywood as co-ops. Like, what space agency needs entertainment industry as partners? It doesn't make sense, does it?
Why did they have a merchandise section? Why did they have T-shirts and sweatshirts and hats and mugs? I
Money,
mean,
money, money,
what has
money.
any of that got
Yeah,
to do with anything?
absolutely. But Disney and Hollywood, they did do special effects, right? So, remember those old videos? You could tell they are like cartoons or whatever, but that NASA put out with the Earth spinning and this and that. But Hollywood did all that for them, and Disney had some, for animation and stuff like that. Back in '58, right up to 2010.
Hollywood didn't do it. They just are able to show anything magical and crazy on cartoon
Oh
screens.
no,
So they
yeah,
emphasize, yeah.
absolutely. But they hired like subcontract a whole bunch of people. Like my cousin, like for like 12 years, he did about a dozen jobs for them. And he was one of maybe 100 of them. Like how during like my cousin couldn't tell me anything basically until recently. He's retired. I got 4 photo albums that they sent, like he sent, of work that he's done in Hollywood. Like he's worked on Independence Day, Total Recall, Blade, Transformers, Iron Man, Thor, blah 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 blah. The list goes on and on. Demolition Man, The Abyss, Sphere.
You got to
It
sign
just goes
certain
on.
things to do those too, don't you? Some of them, like when they did
Yeah, well,
the Transformers, they did it on a military base. And they had to sign some kind of agreement, even the people in Hollywood.
yeah. But he being a Mason, I think he maybe had a little bit of inside scoop on stuff, but I don't know. But all I can say is,
So,
like he did. Just name a movie. Just name a movie, and I'll tell you if he worked on it. From saying the last, okay, Ruthless People, Birdcage, uh, Last Boy Scout, with Die Hard. Like he worked in 5 departments. He was like the head of 3 departments. And
So who?
I'm
So
not
is it the
boasting.
movie controlling the like it's all a conglomerate, right? The DOD, the movies, the
Yeah,
the
well,
master, the
yeah, the
catering,
DOD, yeah.
Walt Disney.
Yeah, it's the what do you call it? The studio owners, the guys. They pull the strings, and then it's like a ripple effect. So on a pyramid, he'd be like, say, the 3rd tier from the bottom, kind of thing, right?
Well, who owns
Uh,
that big studio though? That's the question, right? Who owns that
well,
big plot of land with studio hangars
well,
and stuff?
they're usually Jewish descent. Like I don't know all the names or anything.
Usually like a
My cousin
military
would
base too,
know.
right? To start off, and then like you can
Oh,
rent the hangars.
well, let's face it. When the government's involved and the space agency, they can do anything. They could rent anything. They could,
Yeah,
tell the army what to do. Basically, like they have the power
yes, the
to,
DOD.
like you say,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Department of Defense as well, and all that. They get involved with
well,
them.
they are
And
the top dog. I mean, there is no other thing
yeah,
when you think about it,
a-
because they are the number one
absolutely,
line of
yeah,
defense. That means
yeah,
anything like supposedly would be scary or sneaky to you from
yeah,
the air, sky, water,
yeah.
everything. DOD.
Yeah, I think the president isn't even aware of some things that go on. That's just a wild guess, but
Oh, you're
I just
right.
have a feeling. I have a feeling that he's been briefed and stuff, and he's not allowed to, dig deeper or whatever. But everybody, like, if you say NASA is legitimate, you got to be programmed, or like, it's so obvious. It's just a money siphoning. What do you call it? Cartel. That's all it is.
Well,
The
which part
money
of the
goes.
government guaranteeingly tells you the truth every time, all
Could
the
be a
time? Which
class
part?
test. Yeah, it could be class tests in like one entity that we don't even know about in the government. They have a lot of side government class clandestine outfits, right? QE knows this.
You know this,
But,
Well, yeah, I
QE.
mean,
they have,
somebody, the general retired, and somebody knows something like all these people. Like, I mean, they're
yeah,
all regular people too,
yeah.
and
Like You've Been Erased. Remember that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? You've Been Erased. Remember the guys in the government there, James Caan and that they were crooked, but they
Yeah.
worked in the government and they're doing some side deals.
They wipe your brain
Yeah,
out
stuff
and
like
then
that.
delete you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Okay, just name one action movie in the last 20, 30 years, and I'll tell you if you worked on it. Think of an action movie or a science fiction.
My Little Pony. The
Yeah, he
movie.
did.
Did you say
Ugly
you or your
Betty.
cousin had to sign the official secret?
Oh yeah, he worked. Hey,
So,
My
Sons of
Little
Anarchy. He
Pony.
worked on that. Hey,
He said
is
the
that
Care
Neil?
Bears
Hey,
movie.
Neil, cheers, buddy. I got to finally say hello to you. How you doing, buddy? Too bad about the Rangers. My God, they had a brutal year.
Berenstein Bears.
Stain.
Berenstein Bears. No, that's animation. I don't think he did too much animation. He did NYPD Blue, Ugly Betty, The Shield. What else? Alias.
I
What's
watched
that other
Where
Ugly
do
one?
you
Betty.
stand on the Mandela effect?
Ugly Betty I
Hey,
watched.
did you guys like Sons of Anarchy? Did you
I
like
liked
that?
Ugly
He worked
Betty.
on that.
Ugly Betty was Devil
Yeah,
Wears
Ugly Betty.
Prada
Yeah,
in a TV format.
yeah, and what do you call it? CSI New York, CSI Miami did a few things there. Yeah, I could give you his name, but I can't because you'd see all his credits are on the IMBD or whatever, whatever that is, the database there. But I know I bring it up a lot,
and
but
you've
it's
you've
mainly for
signed the
it's
official
for the
secrets act,
ballers.
haven't you?
Yeah,
So who sent you in here?
Yeah, I bring it up because of the ballers. When I type in there like about my cousin and the pilot friends, it's just to rub the ballers the wrong way. You know what I mean? They think they
No.
got it. They think they got all the answers. But the minute you say, "Well, I've got a cousin that knows it's fake, and he's worked special effects for NASA, on subcontract guys, and they got paid 6 times their union wages." Just for their little bit work they did. So they got paid well, but they couldn't, obviously, they had to swear for secrecy, not to talk to anyone
Don't
about
say
it. But
too much.
of course he's going to talk. He
Don't
talks to
say too much.
relatives. Pardon me?
Who sent
I'm
you in
sorry,
here?
my throat is
Don't say too much.
I didn't catch that. I'm losing it here. Pardon me? I just pulled over.
Sort of.
Repeat.
Are you sort of about him or what?
Yeah, I'm sort of I sort of pulled over here. Yeah. I'm on a busy street, but I managed to pull it. I put my hazards on. Okay, so basically, I sort of do stuff that's sort of, in some people's mind, slimy, crooked and slimy. But no,
I got a very important question for you.
I had a
What government agency sent you
37-year
in here?
career. Hey, Julie, you know all about rules and regulations. I had a 37-year career, so I learned a lot. I met a lot of people. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, there's a lot of bullshit going on there. When you're inside a government and you see a lot of shit that you have to turn the other way, and and you have to bite your lip until you're retired, basically, or you might get in trouble. You know
What?
what I mean? You could get in
What
Could you tell us
government
about these?
agency sent you in here?
Yeah, pardon me.
Could you tell us about these nice Freemasons? you mentioned.
Yeah, when the Queen and Philip came here in '83, this Regina, Saskatchewan. I didn't. I was gonna almost had to work security on that, but I missed out. They hired a bunch of other people, but if you look it up, they went to Saskatchewan in I think it was 1982 or something. I think it was Philip and the Queen or something. But anyway, they had a big parade and all this stuff down one of our main streets. We only have like 300,000 people here in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. It's the home of the RCMP, like the training depot for all of Canada. And but anyway, the Queen and Philip came here. If you look it up, you'll see just Regina, Saskatchewan royal visits. You'll see that, but I didn't get any detail on that, but security wise. But yeah, interesting. Very interesting job.
Are those Saskatchewans? Are they part of the Crown?
Well, yeah, we were part of the Commonwealth. The Northwest Mounted Police, whatever it was called, Royal North. Anyway, the RCMP was commissioned by the Queen originally, back in 1800 and something. Yeah, we were basically part of England. The Royal Air Force during the war. Canadians, a lot of English Canadians, and vice versa, were in the Royal Air Force in the Second World War. So basically, we're like a sublet of England, basically.
Do you have this unnatural associated with microphones by chance?
No answer.
I still want to know what government agency sent them in here today.
The SM57 mic was made with cooperation from the KGB and FBI. So it's designed to be a good microphone, but also pretty much indestructible because of the KGB getting hold of Shure's designs and wanting to make it something very different.
Who sent you here?
You can't tell. You nearly signed the Official Secrets Act. Obviously, you can't say too much today.
I want to know about the nice Freemasons he mentioned. He said, not all Freemasons are bad. What about the good ones then? Tell us, have you any stories about them?
Well, Refracted says the same thing, Brian.
Reflected, not refracted.
Whatever. Nathan's pet says the same thing.
Hey, Brian, did you know the date of that?
Special boy, sorry?
Just saying the date of the Shepherd Shuffle going up to space. The numbers are all up to 9. Got them all up.
You see that? Number 9. You would be absolutely shocked with the amount of number 9 that NASA and to do with all their heliocentric power line. The amount of numbers that end up being exactly 9
Brian.
is
Hey,
ridiculous.
Brian, I didn't get to say hi. I'm half Irish.
Me too.
I'm half Irish, man. Enright.
That explains it.
You probably know each other. Hey, Brian, do you know him?
Brian, have you ever heard of Enright? ENRI.
Brian, do you know him?
Do you think he'll ever go back?
Where are you from? I know potato farmers. My uncles were potato farmers.
This here is this now. This is legit racism.
Yeah, that's right. Remember Sergeant Enright from Kojak, or Macmillan and Wife, or I think it was. Remember Sergeant Enright?
Oh my God, dude!
You mean Sergeant Pepper? Yeah, the Beatles. They were all Irish.
I can't have any conversation because it's been made impossible.
Yeah, Sergeant Enright. Yeah, QE. I'm 64.
What about those nice Freemasons you told us about?
Can Brian have a private conversation with his mate? He is half Irish.
Listen. Hey.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
just
half Irish,
second.
but I'm half German too. So, any Germans out there?
No way.
Yes, Nathan Oakley got banned and then later on inspected by secret police all over the place.
Fräulein, hey, Lederhosen, Spatz, hol sie her. Good morgen.
Ja, guten
Awesome
Morgen, mein
Trevor.
Freund.
Yeah, that's eine Bier, bitte.
Wiener Schnitzel. Hey, QE, you're in Germany for quite a while there, eh?
Yeah.
You're at the Great Wall of China, weren't you? Or I mean the
Great
big
Wall
or
of
something.
China.
The Great Wall. Yeah, it goes from Berlin right to China. Yeah, I saw your photos of you in the Hummer. Yeah, those are pretty good photos. I like them.
Yeah.
That was in a
that's
Hummer,
long
wasn't
time
it? With
ago.
the turret, the gun turret on it. Yeah,
I couldn't hear
pretty
you.
cool. Was that a Hummer with a turret, with a gun turret or whatever? Turret or whatever you call that?
We
The
got the
Hummer.
first Hummers. Yeah. We got the first
Yeah,
ones. I
Hummers.
had
Oh,
two.
yeah, they're nice. Yeah, did you get to drive them or?
They weren't the first ones. That's just what they told you.
No, they were the first ones because
Yeah,
I
they
was in
were.
Berlin, and
Yeah,
Berlin was sort of
yeah, they're using.
but
Yeah, the Jeeps.
yeah,
They're using Jeeps before that. Jeeps and
yes,
white internationals or something. I forget. Yeah. Anyway.
yeah,
Yeah,
I drove.
those Hummers.
Yeah, heck yeah.
That's awesome. So anyway, were you in the middle of the winter in that picture there, where you got snow all over you? Was that
Oh
like
yeah,
cold? You look cold.
I was a winter gunner and then a summer gunner.
No, the one with the
Yeah,
snow is him in the summer.
that's bloody awesome. Yeah, him in the summer. Yeah, yeah, they had that fake snow from Hollywood. Yeah, exactly. With the fan blowing it. Yeah, exactly. I know. Anyway, any questions before I go? Like, do you have any questions that I
Yeah,
maybe
I
can
have.
answer?
Hey, what kind of microphone are you using there? Just out of interest.
No, don't ask the question. You only answer one. Tell us about these
Got my
nice
cell phone in
Freemasons.
my. I got a 2011 Grand Caravan, and I
Oh,
can play through the stereo.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain. What about these nice Freemasons? Says Brian.
Praise God. Oh yeah, the nice Freemasons. Yeah, Brian knows these nice Freemasons.
So does
Brian
QE.
likes the Masons.
So does QE.
The Irish clan.
What
The Irish
government
clan
sent
of
you in here
Masons.
today?
Scottish Rite. Oh my God. Yeah, the Masons. They're a different breed, I'll tell you. But there's normal people in there too. But they could be deviant behind the doors. Like that's what I heard. Like I was invited to go. They don't do this, but I was actually invited to go to a club or a lodge or whatever. But I denied. I didn't want to get mixed up. I didn't want to see anything that I'm not supposed to. So I stay away from there.
You
I'll
weren't
just leave
really
that
invited.
to the other people.
You weren't really
Yeah.
invited.
Anybody have any? Anybody know any Masons or anything, or know anything about it? Masonry?
Any sort of.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. Yeah. It's just a big boys club. That's all. They get strippers and they do all kinds of weird stuff, and like the upper guys, the upper
Strippers.
degrees. Yeah, I guess they call them ceremonies or rituals or something. They have a lot of
I'm
rituals.
writing this all down. Hold on.
Yeah.
I've got to strippers. Strippers.
Oh yeah, they got the strippers. They'll have a bunch of stuffy men.
I don't care what they say.
Oh, these
The end
strippers sound
result is
awful.
They are Luciferians.
That's right. They're sun worshippers. Yes, I agree, Neil. I'm a Christian myself. Believe it or not, I was an altar boy, which means dick, because that's the Judas. That's the Roman Catholic.
No, that
But,
means
yeah,
you've been violated.
No, my priest was Father Hogan from Ireland, right from Ireland, and he was a
Definitely
wino.
violated.
Hold on. Brian might know him. Do you know him, Brian?
He used to get us.
I
He used to
don't.
get us to get him before, during, and after Mass. He was drinking wine all day long. So we called him the wino. He's Father Hogan. Father Hogan, right from Ireland. But anyway, he wasn't a diddler. He was an alcoholic. He drank wine before, like in the morning, and then he'd be half cocked for Mass.
I like
do 3
diddler.
masses.
Diddler.
And
Thanks to P. Diddy.
He was a fiddler.
Yeah, he wouldn't have his cloak off.
Maybe
He was
Adam
drinking
knows
wine
him.
already after Mass. Pardon me?
Maybe Adam
What was
knows him.
that? I didn't catch that. Nathan?
We're saying that the word
Hey.
diddler since P. Diddy's arrest has become synonymous with fiddling.
Yeah, diddling.
Yeah, and he said half cocked.
Yeah, they're all the smoke
That's a
screens.
shooting term.
They always have a scape. Yeah, they have the what is it? The patsy. There's always a patsy in the group. Like there could be thousands of them, and they pick one out. They single one out, and he becomes the patsy.
Like Patricia Steere.
Weinberg or Weinstein or whatever. Yeah, it's just it's all for show. It's all for show, you know. This like, oh, the people, oh, they caught him. Oh my God, yeah. And then meanwhile, there's 6,000 other ones that are worse.
Patricia Steere's half
what was that?
cocked.
Jimmy. What was that guy's name? Jimmy Laval or Cavell or something? What was that diddler from the England there? Cavell or something? Jimmy. He was friends with.
You sound like that bonkers uncle sat in the corner.
Gary Glitter. He was
What was his surname?
Yeah.
Cavell? Framell?
Gary Glitter. Yeah.
Glitter.
Yeah, he was bad too. He was another one singled out, wasn't he?
Yeah, Gary Glitter was a pervert. He went to the Far East to diddle kids.
Yeah, but that's the tip of the iceberg. Like there's there's so much going on that's unbelievable.
What about the
Nathan knows, cheeky sod.
Nathan knows him.
Neil, we're in a Luciferian society. Like you said, most countries are run by Luciferian, Satan, whatever, worshipping bastards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Neil's friends with them.
Some nice people, man.
Oh yeah, there's nice people. All right. Yeah.
There's some nice Luciferians. They're not all bad.
Yeah. They're all
Paste invitation in the main text chat, please.
What's going in the main chat?
Yeah, they get about around.
I can't see this here. Like, I am driving now, so I don't know what the hell to do here. Like, this only like about the 5th time I've been in Discord, maybe.
Sort of pull over.
I'm still.
Sort of pull over.
I'm just kidding.
Neil, you're in no position to give anybody that sort of advice now, are you? Let's be honest.
I'm cell phone illiterate. Let's face it. I'm cell phone illiterate.
When I pull over, baby.
No, you said pull over, not flip over.
Just sort of. Yeah, I straddle the line.
Flip over.
Yeah, you got that right, Nathan.
Okay, anyway, I wanted to say, I think I've typed this before, but I live in a flat, like on the prairies, right? So from a 5th-story building, you can see, like with the naked eye, you can see at least 10 miles. You can see like a potash mine that's, say, 15 miles away. You can see the whole mine, like the buildings, the actual
Did you expect not to see?
He's telling us what he can see from his little house.
And we have thousands of miles of prairies. You know, the grain belt of North America is thousands and thousands. It starts up here in the Saskatchewan, goes all the way to Texas. So you can find level land.
You said a 4-story building, was it?
No, it's only a little house.
4-story building. I can see 4 or 5. Any building here. As long as you see above the treetops in the city, all it is prairie for miles, just flat, all directions. So you can see, like, there's a small town, about 12 miles from here. If you get high enough, 6, 7, so you can see everything, the grain elevator, the whole thing. You can see a 200-foot grain elevator, like almost from the ground up, you know. The ballers, I don't know, what do they say to that? They're so, you know what I mean? You try to tell them that, and it's just you know. Reality is reality.
Do they take any reciprocal Venus angles up there?
What's that there, bud?
Do they take any reciprocal Venus angles up there?
Oh yeah, I took the elevation angle and I used a curved ruler and a curved level. No, the tallest building in Regina is only like 250 feet tall. So from there, you probably could see 30, 40 miles if you're up top there with binoculars.
Building in Regina?
With binoculars on the side of the highway at, say, 6, 7 feet elevation, I could see 25 miles with a pair of binoculars, 25 miles, a town, and you can see right from the ground up, 25 miles on a clear, tempered day.
Like
awesome.
there should be like hundreds of
Well, with
feet
my
of
binos,
drop.
I'd be able to see a lot farther than that.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
because it's
like
a
what
really
about the
big ball.
submarine? The sea, what is that called? Sea sparrow, sparrow hawk, or something? The
Yeah, Space Sparrow.
missiles.
It's a really big
Type 2. Type 2.
Yeah, well, they can hit a target like 50, 60, 70 miles away.
And the rest.
With that laser guided
yeah.
pencil.
That's what they've
Yeah.
disclaimed to us, right? So you're right with those numbers, but that's what they will let the public know that they can hit with those pencil
35
laser
miles,
things.
yeah. But
Well,
actually,
I
it's
bet
more
they
like
can. I
100.
bet they can hit a lot further than that.
Oh yeah, yeah. They could hit you right in your car from 80,000 feet in the air. So
41 miles.
Hey,
and the rest. That's what I'm saying, Brian. And the rest.
Yeah. Hey, one question I wanted to ask Brian: Are you where are you close to Dublin? Where are you at?
I'm in the southeast of Norfolk.
I wouldn't tell him, Brian.
Don't tell him.
Yeah,
Don't
no
matter.
docs, docs. That's another thing is doxing trolls. I'm not supposed to do that, but there's technology that you can just find anyone you want anywhere and their name and address. But
why would you want
to? It's against ethics to use it, eh?
Yeah, but why would you
Yeah,
want
find Abu Beda.
when it comes to
We
that,
love
it
your
intrigues
focus.
me.
I mean, you just hone in.
Hold on.
I'd love to
want
drop
to?
in on McGoober there, McGoober, and hang a licking on that guy, McToon. Where's the guns? I'd hang a licking on that guy in 5 seconds.
Whoa!
Boy.
How do we get to him?
I don't
Super
know.
focus.
But why would you want to? Why would you want to go after anybody or
Oh
find
yeah,
out where
okay. We'll
anybody is?
get the top dog, the clandestine head of the Department of whatever in the government. Yeah, that's the guys. They're the guys that need to get it. I don't even know. There's so many outfits that are secret. Like we don't. Like I said, 37 years. There's stuff going on. The person would walk by and they'd look down. Like they're in this secret whatever. But they act like they're like spies and stuff, and they avoid you, and yeah, it's no secret what you guys are doing.
You know what I mean? You call Bates 007.
They act like they're like, yeah, they act like they're like like it's just like they're spies, and they're looking the other way when you're walking by, like you're with your colleagues, and then a little group of them would be come by with their binders and their suits on. And then they're all kind of like, looking this way, that way. Yeah, we're just going over here to the cafe. It's hilarious.
Indeed, 0077.
Yeah. Ethan, what's his name? Ethan. There.
0077.
That's not too far fetched, in a lot of circumstances. It's pretty accurate. Was it MI6 or MI? There is no MI6. It's MI5, isn't it?
MI5, MI6, MI7.
That's one of them numbers. Sort of MI5.
Yeah, there's a secret
There's
one.
no MI8.
7 must be 7.
But there is an
Guys, you're
MI9.
completely screwed. We are all completely
impossible.
screwed. Unplug your cables until
In
it's
2
too late.
seconds, I'm going to go MIA.
MI10 is actually a microphone.
Nathan knows.
There's any Russians here? Hey, the fellow was just talking.
Unplug the cables.
What's that accent? What's your accent?
I don't have one.
The fellow with
Not
the accent
important.
I was just talking.
Not important
Yugoslavian
here.
or what is that?
Not important.
Bolveric.
Not important. Don't worry. I'm as neutral as they come. Like I'm a flat earther. I learned a few secrets. Big deal.
Yeah.
I'm a
We
flat
believe you.
earther, and I would never backstab a flat earther. Never, ever. I would never dox or backstab any of you guys.
That's a red flag when you say I'm a flat earther.
Except a McGoober or Craig or something like that. I'd gladly hang a licking on any one of those guys.
Why?
Metaphorically speaking.
I tried to ask that earlier, Bates. Why? Why would you care enough to go after someone like Craig, for instance?
Well, it's not a care thing. It's just like a hobby, something to do just for fun.
No, I don't get it.
Grab some colleagues, hop on a jet, head over the pond.
No, I get it when they say it. When they say, or someone in your neck of the woods, like Professor Dave, then, as it's someone American that so you're not have to.
Oh my God!
Why would you want to?
That.
Do you care? He's inconsequential to you if you're a flat earther. Who cares?
You know what I mean. It's annoying.
No, I don't.
It's not like.
Guys, give them Omnivore address. Omnivore address. Give them Omnivore address.
Right, what I'm saying is, they want to go after us because they have a. Hold on, just one sec.
Yeah.
They want to go after us because they have a second time. They want to go after us because they've got a certain level of hatred towards us, right? Well, I don't have that feeling. I have no desire to go after someone like Craig or. I've no desire to go after somebody like Craig or Professor
the bugger eater
or Professor Dave Explains.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any hatred towards them.
You'd rather verbally abuse him, like Craig. Remember when he's accusing you of this? Verbally abusing. What's the difference?
I'm not verbally abusing.
Verbally berate. We don't abuse here.
No, I'm not verbally abusing.
Abuse. I mean, justifiable, justified. What do you call it? Scolding.
Oration.
Justifiable.
We call it.
Yeah.
You're saying when he's being covered in one of the videos, we berate what he says.
Yeah, I guess it's justified. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we're attacking the arguments, not the man.
My dentures are out. I'm speaking without no teeth, so I'm getting new ones made.
Holy shit!
Yeah, we're not attacking the man. It's the arguments.
I'm gonna be 65 next month.
Yeah, got it.
No kidding.
My point is that.
But I got the body of a 40-year-old, fit body.
Oh, we're moving on from that then. Okay.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Would you let Nathan finish speaking to you?
That body's in the cellar, though, isn't it?
You guys, man, I'm pissing myself back in this.
Oh, shit, Adam.
Guys, check your antivirus.
Just remove it.
Your body's in the cellar. I hope you use Lite.
Nathan, do you see that bugger eater yesterday? I posted in Skype.
Where'd you post it?
It's in Skype and Ballbuster. Check Ballbuster. I think I posted it in there.
Okay,
he's a bugger eater, literally.
The total feast of nonsense.
Hi, Adam. Cheers, Adam.
He wasn't.
He was talking about you.
Oh, it's your turn now, Adam.
Earth eating bogies.
Eating bogies.
McBooger eater.
Doesn't work for me, but I'll look later.
What do you mean it doesn't work for you? Skype doesn't work for you?
No, not on my iPad. I'll go to the one on my PC. I'm looking now. It must have been Ballbusters. Oh, yes, I got it. He's sat picking his nose. That's gross.
He's a bugger,
dude. Not picking his nose. He's preparing lunch.
He's
preparing lunch.
Gross.
Well, wasn't it QE who gave him the nickname McBooger because he eats boogers?
Yeah, but this is another bugger eater. I told you they're all bugger eaters.
A real booger eater. Oh my God, you guys are funny.
Now about them bodies.
The bodies. Which ones?
Did you use Lite?
Did you use Lite?
Yeah, they use Lite. Oh, the mafia. Yeah, they use Lite when they bury the guy, just like on Goodfellas or whatever. Yeah. No, they usually just incinerate.
I guess we're moving on.
Incineration. They burn them.
I guess we're moving on. Well, he said hello to Adam, so it's Adam's turn.
Adam Meekin, how are you? Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, fella.
How are you, mate?
Not bad. What's your name? I've just got back from walking the dog, so
it's
I've
Robert.
missed.
Robert. Robert B. Robert.
Did you find a path through through the channel to Zimbabwe?
I got a half a name, sort of. My first name's Robert.
He was
Sort of
so
have a
poor as
name,
kids. My mum and dad could only afford to give me half a name.
Yeah.
Half of the
Anyway,
names to some of the pictures, guys. Yeah. QA, he have a picture of you, yeah?
the McBooger.
His picture was of Craig McNeil eating a bogey that he just picked out of his own nose. It was quite gross. I've moved it off screen. I did not share it with the audience.
Did he actually eat it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is Craig
I thought
Scottish?
you were only joking. I thought you were just picking his nose.
No, it is gross, and I'm not going to share it with the audience because I respect my audience too much.
Disgusting. Well, is Craig Scottish?
I'll share it tomorrow then.
Now, no one ever doubt
Ballbusters, do what you
QE
like, that's
again.
your
When
show.
he gives somebody a name,
I don't respect my audience.
when QE gives somebody a name, there's a reason for it.
That's the wrong one. It's not McToon.
And it sticks. It sticks like glue.
It's not McToon, though. Can't you guys?
Neil is never going to get that. Neil is going to keep on getting that wrong. I guarantee.
I don't have Skype right now.
It's Craig.
McKeegan's
You've got a memory,
guys.
Oh, Craig is eating his boogers. Wow.
Oh, Twiangles. That's his nickname, right? Twiangles McKeegan. I think
So
Nathan
then they're
gave him
all
that
booger
nickname.
eaters.
That's what I said.
Mac. There's a lot of Macs. Mix and Max.
What do you mean Neil is never going to get that?
So was somebody suggesting this guy's a
So,
QE?
base. Have you any globe proof?
Anyway, they put up the Union Jack flag all over our city on our main bridge. Every pole has a Union Jack on it. So kind of sort of states what where we came from, like our country.
You got it right the first time. It's called the Union flag. Union Jack is what you
Yeah,
put
the
on
Union
a boat.
flag. I'm sorry. It used to be was it the Union Jack at one time?
No, that's just what you call it if it's on a boat.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I never knew that. Thanks for thank you for telling me that. Yeah, I like the flag. I like the British flag.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks for
Another
that.
stupidly quirky British thing. It doesn't make sense. That's the point. That's why you have to go, no, you can only call it a jack if it's on a boat. Same thing.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
What if you take the Union Jack off the boat?
No, it's called the Union flag is called the Union Jack if it's on a boat.
Union Jack off.
Not Union Jack off. Union Jack.
Yeah, Union
You can
Jack
use it for that
off
on a boat or on land.
Okay, so when did the Jack come into play? Was there a guy named Jack or something? How does that?
Hold on, there's serious issues here. Somebody needs to contact the authorities about Adam. No, don't call it Union Jack on land.
Did Adam say that?
Yeah, the members of the team will be visiting him shortly.
Not what I said at all, but
did I mishear you?
Talking horror. Nathan, completely misinforms the audience about what Adam or someone has said. That's totally unusual.
It's usually you doing it, Brian.
Well, doesn't the Australian flag have a Union Jack in the corner of it on their flag?
Yes.
Australia?
Yes.
If it's on a boat.
Yeah, most of these Commonwealth countries have the Union Jack on their flag somehow, right?
Yes.
The Union flag on their flag.
The Union Jack on their
exactly.
flag.
Yeah, or Union flag, on their flag. Exactly.
Jack.
Yeah.
British Union.
There's a lot of English. There's a lot of.
Did you leave 8 feet apart as you buried them?
With lie.
Yeah, with lie. You lie and then you lie. You lie about it too. You lie that you put lie on them. You lie that you killed them, first of all. I mean, erased. You lie about that first.
I want to get back to your beef with the anti-flat earthers. Like, it does slightly disturb me.
Yeah. What?
I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just basically making conversation. They're annoying. Just to look at them lie, and they're lying through their teeth. That makes me angry, but not to the point. Like I said, I'm metaphorically speaking, punch them out. I'm just looking at them like that. Dave, not a Professor Dave. I could slap that guy silly. He's got a slappable face, but that's metaphorically speaking, of course.
Of course.
Because everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. He's just a liar. You know, these guys are paid shills. Like, we know the game,
maybe,
right?
maybe not. But my point is that you say he's lying.
Yeah.
He's lying to himself and his audience, but that shouldn't necessarily.
Do you think he believes what he's saying?
I don't know. I don't know his motivations. I don't know his thoughts. But my concern isn't him. You're in front of me, not him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I think when you got 1 million followers, YouTube has a lot to do with that, and YouTube's controlled by who, Google, and Google's controlled by who. So these guys get millions of subscribers. There's a reason for that. Like, there's some involvement of some organization.
Or maybe there's a load of boneheads out there who like them, so they're popular.
No, you're both wrong. No, you're both wrong. The reason that occurs is when people search for the subject. When people search for the subject, what will occur is they'll be presented with Professor Dave, Simon, Dan, as opposed to just a balance of everybody.
Yeah.
So they get popular because they're presented.
Yeah, 10 years ago, you could find you easily. 10 years ago, 8 years ago, whatever. You just punch it in, before it went in Congress, and that lady from YouTube, the head of YouTube or whatever, Congress forced her to censor conspiracy people. So anyway, mainly flat Earth. I think that was. I think you mentioned that, Nathan. Was that about 5-6 years ago when they had that head of YouTube there?
Thereabouts.
Yeah, remember, and they. I think they made a bill or whatever.
I think she's dead now. That woman who was the head of.
She's dead.
I think she's dead now.
Yeah, she got assassinated probably.
I don't know about that. She's dead though.
Wow. Where did you bury her?
God.
This shouldn't be listed under conspiracy. I don't get it.
Agreed.
Well, no, they've got to categorize it as that so they can justify putting the kibosh on it. So, obviously we need to censor this conspiracy because just like we censor Bigfoot and ghosts.
Pointing out the emperor's naked is now a conspiracy.
Yep. Exactly. That's a better way of putting it. Pointing out the emperor's got no clothes on, that's a conspiracy that we need to get a grip of, and can't let those stupid people point out that the emperor's got no clothes.
Was that what's his name? Okay, who else is on the panel today?
That is Nathan's special boy. His name is Refracted Curvature.
Is John there?
Reflected. Wow. Reflected with L.
John, cheers, buddy. How are things down the Appalachians? Good? Are you in Appalachia?
Yeah, I'm in
Marking your locations.
Awesome. Yeah, Appalachians. That stretches right up to Nova Scotia, Appalachian Mountains, Nova Scotia, Canada, all the way down to where, like, not Florida, but like South Carolina.
Appalachia is where they got all the heads of the moms when they had that special meeting set up by Frank Costello.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was when you started to lose your hair.
A lot of offings going over there over the years. Hey Neil, a lot of mafia involvement, like in hiding bodies and stuff out there.
Well, because Vito Genovese felt he should have been the boss, when Frank Costello was the boss. So Frank, after the assassination attempt on him failed, he wanted to just get out. He was going to turn everything over to Vito, and they had this special meeting. But a cop caught wind of it, and they all started running away for nothing into the woods, all these big mafiosa guys. And then they had to address the mafia as something that's real and not something that what was that guy Hoover kept claiming that they didn't exist. Yeah, so that's what that was all about.
What was the name of the big guy during Prohibition? I can't remember his name. The one that had syphilis.
That's Al Capone. He's out of Chicago. They ran him out of Brooklyn and he went to Chicago.
Yeah, Al Capone had his second home was in Johnson City, about 20 minutes from where I am now. They opened it up into a bar called Capone's.
Yeah. We have a city that's about 45 miles. It's called Moose Jaw. It's probably been used in a lot of movies, hockey movies. Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Anyway, there's tunnels under Moose Jaw, and apparently this is like there's a tour thing, a tour whatever attraction. Al Capone apparently hid out there at one point. Does that make sense, Neil? Back in the whatever, he came up to Canada, maybe during Prohibition. I don't know when, but apparently all these tunnels, and now it's a tourist attraction, and there's all these tunnels underneath Moose Jaw, where apparently the mob, Al Capone and them, they hid out there. And this is true. This is like it's all documented and everything. But I don't believe that. But it's part of the tourist attraction. Al Capone's tunnels. Does that make sense, Neil? Could you see him coming up to Canada? Just north of the border, north of
when they
from
had
North
to,
Dakota.
when they caught on to them that they were see that's funny because there was the prohibition, but they wanted the drink to come in. What they did was they just made the mafia rich, and then they really took off after the prohibition. Put a lot of money in a lot of people's pockets.
Yeah, the black market, the underground. Yeah, they when the drinking was illegal, I mean booze, they made a fortune.
Black market? Are you racist?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bunch of niggas.
Sort of.
Are you sort of racist?
Sort of a market. He's sort of racist. Yeah, it's a black-white market. Yellow. Sorry. I didn't mean that. No, but the whatever you call it, the underground. They made, like you said, Neil. They boomed. The business boomed back in the 20s and 30s for those guys. In the 40s, or 20s and 30s for sure. Yeah, the mob. Yeah. Hey, Neil, did you ever see that one Star Trek episode, the original, where they beam down to a planet where the mafia is running the whole world? Like there's like all these mafia bosses, and it's from the 30s. And then Spock has to wear he wears a hat, like they have a suit, like they have to wear suits or whatever, to fit into the time period. Look it up. I forget what it's called. Hey, did you see that one?
Yeah,
I vaguely remember what you're talking about.
They call it vaguely.
Oh yeah, vaguely. Partly, sort of. It was a sort of a mob show. It's the original Star Trek series where they have their Bible is this mob book. It's a mob book that was from the Earth that somehow ended up on this planet. Whatever, it's kind of like Earth-like planet. So they're going by that. So everybody's mobsters, the whole planet, and they're all like fighting each other, always having gang wars and stuff. And everybody carries Tommy guns. Yeah, it's look it up. I forget the name of the episode. It's pretty good. It's the one you'll see it on the thumbnail. It'll show Spock and Captain Kirk wearing suits from the 30s. They're wearing suits like mob suits. Yeah, it's a really good episode. I think Neil would like that one.
I wonder where we're going next.
Okay, your turn. Next. We're all over the place today. It's Free Friday, isn't it?
We.
It's like
Free. We.
Freaky Friday.
Episode
What's
of
up,
Quantum
everybody?
Leap.
I never come on these shows and talk.
We have the
and stuff, so
antidote.
I'm not a very good public speaker, so I'm sorry, you guys. I got to apologize for that. But I'm good at a lot of other things.
Hey, could have fooled
not
us.
public.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
It's just great to say
Rose.
hello to
Sky.
everybody.
Oh, this
Who's
should
that?
be interesting.
That's what
D-Rose,
I
meet
was thinking,
Robert.
Neil.
Hey,
D,
what's up, Robert?
Heroes.
say hello to
Hey,
Robert.
what's up, man?
Hello,
Cheers,
Robert.
buddy.
How you doing, Rob? You mind if I call you Rob?
Really good. Good to hear you. Yeah, I never get enough of you. You don't talk very much. You're a very interesting person.
This guy is taking the piss.
Hey,
D-Rose, the sky is blue. Well, actually,
I've had
you
enough
do
of them on many occasions.
emphatically. It's,
No.
unbelievable.
What's up is elevation ankles. Hey, but check this out.
Elevation
I don't know if
ankles.
it matters. I don't know if it matters to
Shoot,
anybody,
shoot.
but kudos to Candace for mocking Katy Perry. She said if Katy Perry went to space, she said that I'm whoever that toy is that the toy in Toy Story.
Rabbit?
She said if what's the toy? The space toy?
Lightyear.
Lightyear Rabbit.
Yeah, Lightyear. She said,
Everybody.
Yeah,
Josh,
yeah. She said,
Heroes,
yeah, Candace.
and Robert. Yeah.
Little Bo Peep.
Can I finish, Adam?
Yeah, I'm trying to clear the
Candace.
floor. People keep interrupting, mate. That's what I'm saying. Just D-Rose and Robert. Please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Candace Owens, kudos to her for saying it. She said if Katy Perry went somewhere in space, she said that I'm light years, Bud Light years. She got that as one of her shorts, So I think,
Yeah.
because she doesn't believe in the lunar landing. For one, Candace does not. So I think she's on to something, kind of aiming towards that, opposition of the general mainstream narrative.
The puppet. Disinformation puppet. Possibly. Right? Option?
Well, if you're arguing about whether they landed on the moon or not, you're not talking about whether the space they're claiming exists is a real thing.
Absolutely, John. Good point.
You're no fun refracted.
Keep going, Devo.
Oh, I'm done. That was it. I mean, kudos for that to her,
Yeah, she did. She go on.
But pretty much disrespecting the whole claim that they went anywhere. She's laughing. She's pretty much making fun of it.
It's just a mockery
Yeah,
anyway. They're just mocking us. It's just a big mockery, a big show. Like they're just mocking us. That's all they're doing. They're just right in our face. Just mockery. Debauchery or whatever, debaucherism or whatever. They just mock us. They don't care anymore. It looks fake, whatever. They don't give a shite anymore. It's just,
I mean, I don't understand how nobody's very, very concerned about all the research that was done by these 6 ladies in 4 minutes. Like, I don't understand. It's not cool.
I mean, you wouldn't think Katy Perry would be involved in a lie, would you?
Bro, research. That's the name of the game. Research. As she's blowing flowers into a camera. Oh my God. It gets funnier every time, man. I hope NASA keeps doing it. I hope they all keep doing it. Blue Origin, NASA, whoever the hell it is. Keep going. Because I think it's working out splendidly for y'all.
It's good for the sheeple. Yeah, they're laughing at it. I've just scrolled right.
Exactly.
Have you said Dave McKeegan? No, they didn't fake Blue Origin. So it's good for us as well. We don't have to address it. What's hilarious is that Dave McKeegan will come out and defend it. Off you go, son. Yeah?
Yeah. And they don't even have to defend it against us. Just the regular people who are there on their side that have to believe it. They got to defend
I'd like
it
to hear
against
that bit, we should play
that. Would be kind of funny.
I've got it
That
here.
would be
Did he actually come out and say that already?
I'm just scrolling. I was just scrolling down. Yesterday, it says. So give me a second. I'll pull it up.
It can't be easy to be one of the guys that, when the kid points out the emperor ain't got no clothes on, you can't, to argue against that kid,
To say, look, there's a pair of pants right there.
Yeah, you can't see the clothes? Are you crazy? Look, oh, you must be stupid or something. You don't understand.
I'm loving it.
I'll press play. I'll be mindful, Nathan.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well, and thanks for joining us for another video. Now, the other day saw spaceflight making the news with Blue Origin's new Shepard Flight 31, which was notable for not only being the first female crew launched in almost 50 years, but also for having some very big names within the crew, such as singer Katy Perry and presenter Gayle King. Now, whilst the new Shepard flights don't actually go into orbit, they do pass the Kármán line.
There you go. That's it. Past the Kármán line.
That's a distance from the surface, isn't it?
But now,
is that why they put Kármán line on the ship? Or is that why they named it the Kármán line? Isn't that adorable?
Probably what they were looking at when they looked out the window. We'll look past it. There it is.
At 100 kilometers altitude, which is regarded as making it to space.
Oh, hold up. Altitude. Dave.
And it's certainly high enough to see that the Earth isn't flat, which, unsurprisingly...
There you go. So it's high enough to see the Earth isn't flat, is it?
So your elevation above a flat plane is enough to see that it's not a flat plane, Bubba.
Correct, John.
You keep it rocking.
Yeah, your elevation with respect to a surface level to measure your height off shows you how flat it isn't after measuring how flat it is. Yeah, that's right.
Surprisingly means that flat earthers immediately begin scouring through the footage of the flight looking for any little details they can find to call the whole thing fake.
No, we didn't. No, we did not do that. What we did was point out that their height was off surface level. That was the first thing we did. And then we laughed at the idiots who do what you're describing, Dave.
But that is the exact thing. What he's accusing flat earthers of doing is exactly what the normies are doing. Those flat earthers are laughing their tits off, as we just said. Watching you have to make reaction videos, Dave, not to me, but to a normal person who last week thought space existed.
Yeah.
What's going to be good is when Dave wants to go and start explaining why the door started opening, and then they have to close it, and then Jeff Bezos has to open it with the special
door to the dome. Kind of like a space
door gate.
Yeah. The maid with the vacuum on Spaceballs.
Do you hear what Chocolate said? Door gate. There's significance to what Chocolate's saying.
Door gate.
It's a way of preventing. It's a gate, as in it keeps you from looking at the fake space that we should be talking about.
Oh, God! Just wait 1 second.
Got to get through all those gates before we start talking about our fake spaces. But they got to space. Dave's already dealt with the business that needs dealing with. They got to space. Says Dave.
Apparently so. Past the line.
It's so sad how something happens and then these guys have to come out and say, this thing happened. Believe us. Trust us, bro. Oh, it's so sad.
Fake. Because if they can find something that they think shows the...
Go on, Dave.
I was gonna say, let's not forget Jaron and is saying, "I'm vindicated. I'm vindicated. I'm glad I switched." So is Nick.
Nick.
The flight was faked, then they can justify to their audience not explaining the great big globe that can be seen outside the window. And it didn't take them long to begin.
We're at this point, right? I don't give a shit. But this is where he is calling Neil deGrasse Tyson a liar. Yeah? Because Neil deGrasse says at that height, you're barely a millimeter above the basketball. Yeah? That stuff is flat. So which rhetoric should I believe from on behalf of the ball? Dave McKeegan? A nobody? Or the high priest Neil deGrasse Tyson? Neil says you get that height doesn't matter. You just said they were high enough to see it's a big ball.
Big pair.
Claiming that they'd found proof that it was faked.
Hello, everyone. I got this information from the Flat Out Truth Resurrection channel, and I wanted to share it with anyone who hasn't seen it because I thought it was pretty funny. Anyways, we're going to skip ahead to after the capsule supposedly parachuted to the ground with his celebrity still inside. The big mistake was that the women inside prematurely opened the capsule and the Blue Origin handler rushed over to the door to tell them to close it. Let's watch.
Out of her mouth, but really her heart.
And is that Jeff Bezos out there right by the capsule? Kind of hard to see.
Then about 2 minutes, 45 seconds later, Jeff Bezos goes up to the capsule with a special tool to unlock the capsule. Let's watch again.
And that's the gate, isn't it? That's what. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, door gate.
Yeah, but the important thing is, how do you have gas pressure without containment? Where are they claiming they went? It's funny, isn't it? Somebody was talking earlier about a slow creep. Is that the way you do it? Don't challenge the main premise first, the bit that causes the cog diss. Allow them to accept deal with the cog diss later by preparing the other side of the argument. All of this has been fake. Is it going to be easier for people to take that pain and deal with the contradiction at a later date if they prep people for it like this? So subconsciously people going, yeah, it's all been fake. It's bollocks. Is that why they won't deal with
actually in that capsule? You think they're actually in the capsule that was parachuting to the ground? Do you think they were actually in that capsule?
I'm saying that would be the argument they would want you to have to deal with that gate, capsule gate. Then argue about that.
Absolutely. Like I said, I think they're in a ride. The whole thing was a special effect, to even deceive them, possibly. Because I can't see them knowing the truth. The celebrities, they'd never let them, with those loose lips, they'd never give them the truth. So it was probably just an elaborate ride. They weren't in the capsule that came down, and then they just kind of switched the camera too, and then they have these, they're inside a capsule, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera.
I can believe they put them on some sort of a parabolic flight. I don't believe they put them on a rocket at all.
Absolutely. Could be either CGI through a window that they're watching in 4K, or, like you said, a parabolic, like a, whatever you call it, a flight, up to 300,000 feet or something, 250 or something like that.
Again, I think they're missing the point, isn't it?
Yeah, who cares how they faked it? The point is what's been claimed can't be real. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter if they went up and came down. They didn't go to where they're claiming. They didn't go to where they're claiming. That's all that matters.
Well, there's no space. Space is fake. Space is fake. We all know that.
No, space is not fake. Heliocentric outer space is a lie. Space is just big
Yeah,
length.
exactly. Yeah, that's more accurate. Yes, Brian, right on.
That's true because I'm sitting in space right here. I'm in my office space.
Yeah, exactly. There is space all around us, but like Brian said, the heliocentric model or whatever, they have their own space, which is fake.
The vacuum part is the part that doesn't exist.
Really, 15 minutes later, somebody gets it right. It's the fucking vacuum, dude.
I beg your pardon.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Hey, QE, what rank were you when you got out the military? And
Shut the hell up.
even if you shut up. What rank were you for real though? Captain?
Captain.
Aye, sir. I respect you. I was an E5 when I got
Wasn't in the
out.
Navy.
Thanks
He
for your
wasn't in the Navy.
service. Thanks for
It
your
doesn't
service,
matter.
QE.
I said
And it's
aye,
not
You
the
too,
Captain.
vacuum.
You too, D-Rose.
It's not-
Thanks for your service.
It's
You're
not the
welcome.
vacuum. It's not the vacuum. You
It's
can have a
stuff.
vacuum without, right? You can have a vacuum once you have a container. It's the no container part.
The available area that gas isn't filling, is that what we're talking about?
If there was such a thing, they would have probably an astronaut would explode or whatever, or implode, like within seconds, probably, if it was a real actual vacuum of space, which there isn't. But a human body, even in a spacesuit, probably wouldn't last 30 seconds. You know, it's all fake. Like people, all these science fiction movies, like, and on Mythbusters one time, the guy had what do you call it, a spacesuit glove on. He put it into this mini vacuum chamber. He couldn't even open and close his hands inside this, proving that these guys,
Right.
they say
Because
they're working on tools and everything out in space. It's all fake anyway, but
the
it
pressure
proved that
inside the
you can't
glove
even
had
open and close
expanded
your
the
hands.
glove
Yeah.
to its maximum.
You know how you can tell it's fake? Right. Look at the image on screen. If that would have been properly been designed, they'd have just put the door a little lower so you didn't need steps.
How do I see the images in Discord? How do I
The
see the
door
images?
where a
What do I
window
do?
is. Look how big the windows are lower than the door.
Door gate. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I think that's the better one. Look, you move that door a foot lower, don't need the steps, do you? You can just step out. Why would you put the door halfway up the wall?
Because Jeff Bezos is too tall. You know what I'm saying? You have to match his height to the height of the door, so it doesn't look too crazy when he goes over there with his special wrench to open the door. Oh, wait a minute! I'm sorry. The girls had already opened the door in the first place, and then they closed it again, and then he opened it with his special wrench. My bad. What a clown show!
And that's too bad, isn't it? It's too bad to be real. It has to be. Let's say, is it? Are they just letting people know it is fake, and that people are so dumb that they have to do it like this to make it so obvious?
These might be little social engineering tests that they're doing just to see how much more dumb the public is, to get a consensus or poll of people who believe in it. So if they do their next nefarious agenda or plan with a more sophisticated, hard to detect fraud thing, then they know they got the public. They know they got the world.
Or when you just have 6 celebrities up there instead of 6 heroes that have trained and spent years in training and opened the door accidentally when they're not supposed to open the door, then on live television, you would have had a better shot with the heroes instead of the celebrities who are there blowing flowers and showing ID and crap.
2 days of training, and they didn't realize that you could just open the door. They didn't tell them, no, wait for Uncle Jeff to turn up with the special spanner and we'll let you out. It's too
Exactly.
bad. It's too crap. What's the special spanner for then?
Special. It's expensive.
Yeah,
Science.
It's too bad to be. Look, the people behind this are like Jeff Bezos is obviously not a stupid guy, right? So do you think that they wouldn't have told him, don't open the door when the thing, wait for Jeff to open the door? Do you think they would have? Of course they would have, if they wanted them to do that. They were probably told, what if he opened the door? That's more likely at this stage, as opposed to one of them opening the door when they're not supposed to. Unless Katy Perry decided to open the door on purpose.
Spanner for though. Do you understand?
To open the door, Adam.
I want to.
Well, you're not a door engineer. You don't know about doors, Adam.
I want to allude to what Brian is saying, or what he's speculating on about. It's two options. Maybe Katy Perry wanted to expose that this shit was fake in her own little way without having any repercussions of, breaking the contract. Or you got to understand, these are celebrities. They're not the brightest. Talented, but not always the brightest. They know their lyrics, they know their keys, they know their chords, they know their notes, but they're not really the brightest. And sometimes they get beyond themselves. So she was so dying to get out there and kiss the ground to do her role, her part, that she might have inadvertently opened the door. Or back to what Brian said, maybe she wanted to expose it.
Katy Perry's a member of Mensa, right?
Sorry, Nathan.
Just saying, you do know Katy Perry's a member of Mensa.
That's not what happened though, D, is it? What happened was the capsule came from space, landed, and to get the girls out, you have to have a special spanner to unlock it. That's the rhetoric. You don't. You can just open it from the inside until, That's what was shown to the public. That's why they're saying it's fake, because of that. Not motivation of Katy Perry or whether she's a bit ditzy. The whole safety thing, the way in which they're secured, has been shown to be fake, quite obviously.
We know that. But what Brian is saying is that Jeff is smart enough to have told them, don't touch the door until I use the special tool to help you get out safely. Being that she opened it anyway, goes back to the two speculative assumptions.
Three. It's three, not two. There's three options. One, Katy Perry decided to open it even when she wasn't supposed to, because she's secretly a flat earther, or she's doing this because of her career, blah, blah, blah. Two, right, someone did open it, right, when they weren't supposed to, right? Or three, they were told to open it because that was part of the plan. Jeff Bezos is not stupid. The people around him are not stupid. They know what they're doing. So I find it more likely that it was the plan, that it was made to look like the whole thing was stupid, than as opposed to things are stupid.
It doesn't matter to me. Any of those three, the trichotomy you present. The point is, what's being presented is the door mechanism is fake. So all that matters, not why, how, if, what, but it's been demonstrated that that's a load of bollocks.
Well, now, Adam, you're not a door engineer, so we can only take that with a pinch of salt.
we have completely descended in the partisan, haven't we?
Well, if I wanted to know, before you press play again, Adam, if I wanted to know, just 1 second, please, sorry. If I wanted to know just how gullible the public were, or I wanted to create a soft landing over a soft landing over a long period of time, I would make a point of making sure that happened.
And of course, to us, we know that this is irrelevant because we know why it's impossible for this feat to have ever been attempted or accomplished, whatever. But we're looking at it in the perspective of the public that's watching it. People on one side that said, I heard about that globe thing being fake, and the other side talking about, I told you it was a globe, blah, blah, blah. What Brian is saying is a fact. There's three of those things that's hanging up in the air. It's either he's not dumb enough to be inadvertent and make an error like that. He's too smart for that. So this was either intended or an oopsie that's going to have ramifications. Nevertheless, to the general public who don't know about thermodynamics and entropy and don't know about, containment and gas pressure, the antecedent being contained, they don't get into that. They're just going to look at it like, oh, wait. They opened up the door. And then he closed it. And then he went up. People are going to start kind of rationalizing things. So that's the point, that this was either intended to let people know that what William Shatner did was a bunch of bullshit, because this is the same thing Strahan and Shatner Posey had done. Or it was a real big oopsie.
Or there's a fourth
exposed
one.
by the celebrities.
There's a fourth one, guys, and you're just letting it go. They're really proud that they were able to get 20 miles linear distance above a flat plane, and they wanted the image to be right to go out to the people. So there's a fourth option there.
Who are you calling you people? I don't like that language.
I think it's a health and safety risk, the special spanner, and you can only open it from the outside. Well, I think they landed in water.
I'd let them all drown.
Well, there's a special boat for that thing. There's a special boat.
It flies a Union Jack.
Perfect.
Well, what does Dave McKeegan?
Well,
What
Jeff Bezos is so big. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
Go on. No, go on.
Don't apologise to
I
him.
was just going to make a stupid joke.
Just don't apologise to him.
Go ahead, D.
Yeah, you go ahead, D.
Oh, nah.
I want to hear how Dave McKeegan, right, explains that away, right, to the public. That's what if that's what's coming up.
Come on then, Adam. Let's have a listen.
Good. Okay, here we go.
Here goes Jeff Bezos to open the hatch.
She didn't really close it again.
Just. That's like a caravan.
I said tent, but yeah, it looks like it's already there, doesn't it?
Why did the spanner have to be so big?
Why is there no dust? I mean, this would all be relevant if the sky wasn't a vacuum.
As I have said before, if they faked one part of it, then we can rightfully assume they faked all of it.
And posts about this were soon all over social media. It even got picked up by news outlets who did articles about the conspiracies.
Look at the pause. Not flat earthers, yeah? Mirror, news, yeah? This is all the mainstream, not flat earthers, as Dave said.
Dave's a liar.
Yeah, we're laughing, Dave. Your congregation that's calling it fake.
Because, it's conspiracies involving celebrities. Now, there seems to be 3 points of contention. The main one that most people are bringing up is the hatch. The fact that the crew opened the hatch and then were made to shut it so that Jeff Bezos could then open it up afterwards, and that he needed a tool to do it. The second point is people seem to think that the hatch appears too flimsy for what they envisage a spacecraft hatch should look like. And the third is I've actually seen a couple of people suggest that the capsule looks...
Right, so just as I was critiqued for not being a door mechanic, Dave's going to become one, isn't he?
Oh, Dave is the space vacuum door engineer, yes.
Yeah. See, got super magnet seals. That's why it's got such a low lip.
It's my contention.
Exactly as I expected.
It's my contention that dog's smarter than twangles.
Dog's looking at him going, Dave, stop chatting shit, mate. You're embarrassing yourself. Dave, stop it. Give me a biscuit.
too clean.
Have absolutely no signs of re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
Stop.
This is something that...
Is this guy a flat earther?
No, because he's a
Dave, you're a liar. Dave McKeegan, you're a liar.
Re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. He can't be anything other than a heliocentric believer, can he?
Dave, you're a lying shit.
That's Bailey Johnson, the guy I told you about earlier. The big YouTuber.
Yeah, I covered that. Yeah. No, that's why I called it, because you said it earlier, actually. That's why I know, Brian. But yeah.
3.1 million subscribers.
But not a flat earther.
No.
That the internet is asking, you see there, clean as a whistle, that pod. And this is...
He just summed it up there. The internet is asking. Yeah? Exactly it. The whole world, the internet, is going shenanigans.
What a pod looks like when it's, well, returned.
We're not asking
from
that.
space,
That's the point, right? We're not asking that. We don't give a crap. We know that their height is off surface level. We'll prove a flat Earth with this if we take it as read. Now, we don't have to. It doesn't make any difference to us if it's true or not. But the general consensus are concerning themselves with it. Dave saying that's flat earthers. No, it isn't. Dave's just a lying shit.
Here's the Dragon X capsule.
When if you look at the likes of the SpaceX Dragon capsules, when they...
Kim got a question.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I even got Matthew Learns to admit that this was just like a glorified parabolic flight. That's why they were floating, is because they were falling, by the way.
Oh, well, thanks for adding that. We wanted to know what Matthew Learns thought of this. Kim, thanks for adding that.
No, I'm just saying I've even gotten one of the anti-flat earthers to agree that it's just like a glorified, like, parabolic flight.
Well, in fairness, now Matthew Learns will kind of agree to anything under very little pressure. So, no offense, Kim, but it's not exactly a real achievement. Thanks anyway.
Thanks, Sarah.
It's funny because it's so true.
Well, I'm pressing play.
Return to Earth, they're all black and charred. So let's tackle the hatch first. The tool that Bezos uses to open the hatch is literally a door handle. When the crew board the capsule...
Hold on, stop.
Already...
Hold on. Anita, it's going too fast. Stop. Let me just write this down. Door handle. Got it, carry on.
Did he say literally door handle? Yeah, retard.
The door is a handle. Right, go on to this.
Strapped in and checked by the ground crew before the hatch is closed. So the ground crew shut the hatch and lock it from outside, meaning they need a handle on the outside in order to lock the hatch. But the hatch of New Shepard does have a handle on the inside.
Breaking.
Hold on, this is perfectly timed. Dave says there is a handle on the inside, and then it cuts to this breaking news.
Most perfectly timed advert, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect.
News: a whistleblower reveals a car finance.
Whistleblowers reveal the tools used to open doors are called door handles.
Scheme affecting millions of drivers. Millions of drivers.
Yeah.
Emily Kander.
Why did they not just leave the handle on the outside? If there's going to be a handle on the inside anyway, why did they need a special one on the outside when
Science.
they already had one on the inside?
Science.
Yeah, sorry, but Dave would know. Yeah.
Does have a handle on the inside. Emily Candarelli, who was on New Shepard Flight 28 last year, did a video on her YouTube channel, which I will link below.
It's lucky if that's the case, then, that none of those ladies got too excited whilst they were in space and accidentally pressed the handle.
Yeah, well, it doesn't work in space.
It's got a space safety lock. It just unlocks. It's a bit like a mini cab.
Well, what I actually saw, to be honest, in a comment on something, it was 2 days ago. No, it wasn't on any of the videos like Candace Owens or your man Benny Johnson's video. Some other video a couple of days ago. And some baller was saying, there's full of these ballers in the comments of these videos who are all experts. And some baller was saying, like, no, because you see, it would stay totally closed in space because of the pressure differential. All the air inside obviously would be, like a balloon forcing its way out. So.
Of course, entropy is their defense, is it? I see.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out what McKeegan's response was. Now, the reason that somehow you could open the door from the inside, but Jeff Bezos turned up with the special tool to be able to open the capsule is because they have a handle on the inside. Moving on. It's a bit like how he'll address any flat earth issue, isn't it? It's too difficult because there is a paradox there, isn't it? What the bloody hell is there a handle on the inside for that unlocks it? If you have to have a special thing to lock it on the outside. He's not prepared to deal with that. His response is, oh yeah, well, you have a handle on the inside. Which is obvious by the fact that they didn't open the door from the inside earlier before.
Therefore, the handle that Jeff Bezos used was just for show then? That it wasn't necessary, it was completely surplus to requirements, making this basically just for show? Yeah. So it's just for show? Yeah. Who gives a shit? The sky's not a vacuum.
Yeah, but what's really funny is how Dave McKeegan can't address the fact that it's not flat earthers who are pointing this out. It's people who aren't flat earthers, are mainstream people on YouTube who have like 3.something million. Your man Benny Johnson, he's big. Like I've seen him with Trump at UFC fights and or something like that. I've seen him so he's met Trump. He's well known. I'm not saying I'm a big fan of the guy or anything, but I'm just saying he's well known. So and he's not a flat earther. And it's people like him, obviously Candace, but there's a lot more than just those two pointing this out who are in the mainstream. But McKeegan, Dave can't address that because it means it's not just flat earthers now. That's the problem. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid.
Captain John has his hand up, and so does Katie Klein.
Go ahead,
Hi, Nathan. Did you get banned from politics?
Yes.
What?
Hey, did you get banned from the politics server?
Yes.
Was it fair?
Was what?
Was the banning fair? Were they right to ban you?
I broke their terms of service, so yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit like Father Ted, don't you think, Brian? Hey, Nathan, I hear you're a racist now.
Yeah, he called you an ignorant, you know what, omnivore.
Kiwi has his hand raised.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Kiwi has his hand raised. I thought you had your hand raised as well, I think.
I was just going to say Kiwi has his hand raised.
He had it raised for the past 15 minutes. Brian was talking.
He's probably had a stroke at his desk. I mean, why else would he have done that?
Can I be put on deafen?
It's Good Friday. We've all got to endure a bit of pain.
That documents the whole process that she went through. Not just the flight, but also a lot of the training and the preparations as well. And on parts of her video, you can clearly see the inside of the hatch has a large handle fitted to it. Or take Dylan Taylor, who was on New Shepard Flight 19. He has a video.
I'd say this defense would fit with the accusation that people across the internet, not flat earthers, are going out that there wasn't a handle on the inside of the hatch. Nobody's claiming that.
Yeah, what is his defense? His defense is that what people are claiming happened. That seems to be his defense.
Yes. People have pointed out that there's a handle opening it from the inside. Dave's response: well, there's a handle on the inside. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We saw her open the fucking door with it.
Well, I like to also add, considering that you're dealing with Katy Perry and some other people, you've got about $1 billion or so up in the air. It's pretty irresponsible to have an accessible handle that any of one of them can inadvertently open or bump or
you are correct.
Anything to make it pop open.
I agree.
This
highly
is
irresponsible. It's highly irresponsible to leave all those women.
Execution.
I'm ruining the joke. I'm rumpusing you. It's not. It's my bad. So it's highly irresponsible.
Like Doorgate has taken on. Oh, sorry.
It's all right. The joke wasn't worth it.
I tried to make earlier, Nathan. Yeah. All those women up there. Suddenly, one of them wants to start dusting, pulls on the handle a bit too hard.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's quite irresponsible to have a handle for them to be able to get out of. That doesn't make any sense. It's not a car. This is, even when you go to an amusement park, you can't release yourself or have any access to release yourself. It's only the people that's running the ride. So to me, right there, that's very irresponsible.
Probably the kind of reason you wouldn't have a handle on the inside. You just have to have a release mechanism on the outside. Like maybe
no, that can't be right. That would require a special handle.
Special tool known as a handle.
Pee-wee wants somebody to stab him in the ears with pencils. He can't take it no more.
Yeah, Doorgate has taken on a life of its own.
We're halfway through.
Video on his channel showing the entire Blue Origin flight from the perspective of the interior cameras. And you can see, as they're boarding, the ground crew are in the capsule with them as they're getting strapped in, and the ground crew are the ones that shut the hatch, and they lock it from the outside. Now, as the hatch is being closed, you can see the internal handle is raised. Once the hatch is closed and it's locked, the handle is in the down position. So that handle that...
I mean, this isn't like Handles 101. This is advanced stuff, isn't it?
Very. Glad we got Dave to explain this shit to us.
Right. Let's digest some.
I wonder how this gets accepted by the... Because we have to deal with this shit, right? But this isn't aimed at us. It said it's aimed at us. It isn't. So I would wonder or be curious to see how the mainstream people who are putting this stuff out, that's not us, respond to Dave's reaction. Like, he thinks he needs to explain how fucking handle works to him.
Yeah, well, they're laughing at the fact that someone opened the door from the inside while Jeff Bezos was getting the special handle that opens the door from the outside, right? And Dave is now explaining how handles work, advanced handling, right? He's going to get laughed out of it. Like, some of these people are very big, like several million subscribers.
So he's broken this down.
Go on, John.
He's broken it down. He's broken it down now to if they could use the handle from the inside, heliocentric space, and the vacuum it supposedly is real, and the Earth isn't flat. If you can open the door from that handle, that's great. I'm glad the world is how it is.
Uses to open the hatch simply just connects to the same locking mechanism, but on the opposite side of where the internal handle is.
Hold up.
Hold on, let me write this down.
Really?
Let me write this down.
Yeah.
So, handle on opposite side of door. Got it. Thank you.
Now, yeah, you can laugh, Brian, but I thought there was something magic with those two handles on the either side. I didn't know they were connected in some way.
You mean by the same barrel?
How would you know?
1 second. Just 1 second.
Have you got it written down now? Can we move on?
I have one. I have one like it here, but there's two handles, one on either side.
I will take the other one off, right? And you'll still
and then my kitchen will be
able to use the door.
Something.
Take one handle off, right, on the outside of your door, and you'll still be able to open the door from the inside, which has still got the handle.
And if I want to open it from the outside, I can just put on the handles from the outside and open.
No, you need Jeff Bezos for that.
All I know is, why didn't Katy Perry just open the door at the top of the flight and save us all?
Should have been sucked into space.
John raised the hand.
Yes.
John still has his
Meaning the
hand
crew
raised.
have the ability to open the hatch from the inside. It's just standard procedure that the ground.
Oh, thank you so much for letting me know, Dave. It's a good job you're here, mate.
And this is the point of the ridicule. It could not possibly be that they could be able to open it from the inside. Otherwise, in case somebody was dusting when they were up there and accidentally pulled the lever, they'd face the death that Chocolate just described, wouldn't they? By accident. Health and safety. The reason you've got all that locking safety mechanism, a pull-off handle, is to prevent that door ever opening whilst the flight's here. They cannot be allowed to do it for whatever reason.
Especially as they were bouncing around and playing with flowers and doing all types of silly crap.
It's farcical. And his only defense is, look, there's a handle. It's reasonable.
Thanks, Dave. This is why we need Globers and anti-flat earthers to tell us that, oh, they opened the door because there's a handle.
Ground crew open the hatch. On all the other New Shepard flights that I've checked, when they show the hatch being opened, it's always someone who stayed on the ground that opens the hatch. In terms of why they were made to shut the door in this instance, I suspect the reality is publicity. That they.
No, it's the fact. So everybody else was good people and never used the handle that did work that shouldn't work. He's not addressing the issue, is he?
Publicity? So is he conceding that this is all full of shit?
Yes. So it's all for show.
Publicity. You're literally saying that, of course they could have opened the door, but because to make it look better, they had to close the door again real quick and then have Jeff Bezos come over with his big wrench and his tight shirt to open the freaking door.
Yes.
Okay.
So what? So Dave's defense is just to admit it.
Yeah. I mean, he just basically admitted it to me. That's what I just heard.
Yeah. And the damaging part of just admitting it is
nothing.
Come on, John.
There isn't one. That's the point. This whole discussion is benign, irrelevant, nonsensical, and it doesn't make any difference to any side of any argument. If people get suspicious because they smell shenanigans, yeah, there are. What they're not doing is saying, why the need for shenanigans? That's not being asked. Just shenanigans. Yeah, there is, yeah. But who cares about the shenanigans? Space is fake. Outer space. The sky vacuum. It's not real. There's a bigger picture.
Now I'm
getting
curious as to how he finishes it. So play it, please. I want to hear how he ends this.
People will be happy with Handlegate or Doorgate. What they wouldn't want, because that's a perfectly good, happy narrative. Like, was it terrorists or was it nuclear bombs that blew up 9/11 towers? It's a perfectly happy narrative. What they wouldn't want is second law of thermodynamics gate.
Yep. Vacuum
They
gate.
wanted the photo opportunity of Bezos opening the hatch rather than the crew just letting themselves out. Likely, the crew are only.
Did he not say earlier that in other videos that he saw, the outside ground crew normally open the door from the outside?
Yeah.
Right. So why are they opening the door from the outside when there is already a handle on the inside when they're not Jeff Bezos?
Because he's blowing up the whole spot. That apparently all the other ones that happened, they were capable of opening the door, but they just didn't. This one, the girls fucked up. They fucked up a little bit.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is Dave's argument, right? Earlier on, he was pointing out that normally the ground, which is probably every time then, you could kind of say when he says normally, because it's not as if this happens 5, 10 times a day. This is like every now and again, one of these things happen. So what's happened in the past is when the catcher comes down or whatever, the ground crew on the outside put on the special handle and open the door. But there's been a handle on the inside all along, right? But what's the purpose of the handle on the inside if nobody is using it, right? Number one. Well, till now. Number two is Dave said he suspects that the reason why they were told to close it was because of publicity for Jeff Bezos to open it on the outside. So why did they open it on the outside then in the past? Why didn't someone who was in there just go open the handle or open the door by turning the handle? I don't see the logic here is Dave's logic is bizarre here. I don't get it. If Jeff Bezos didn't do it in the past, wasn't on the ground crew in the past to open the door from the outside, then why did they open it from the outside in the past then, Dave? Because if that's not Jeff Bezos, then that's not publicity, is it?
Huey, are you raising your hand because you want to say something?
Can I get deafened?
Really supposed to open the hatch themselves from the inside if there's an emergency. They did basically the same thing on Apollo.
Hold on. Stop. I need to write this down. Handle for emergencies only. Got it. Thanks.
Sorry, Adam. Just a second. So when would there be an emergency? Like, when are you going to open that handle? Like the only time when it would be, hang on, the only time when it would be anyway feasible to open that handle, right, would be when you're about 25 foot off the ground. Anything higher than that, when you're talking at least broken legs.
Oh God, I can't believe I'm having to do this, correcting Brian from my notes. Look, I've written this stuff down, right? I'm ahead of you. I'm paying attention to Dave. You don't open the handle, you open the door with the handle. Write this stuff down, Brian.
Yeah,
he's a photographer, you know.
When are you going to open that door? Like, if we go into their paradigm, when do you go open that door? Like, at what height are you going to? Emergency, right? There's a fire, right? And you're like 4 miles up. Quick, open the door and leave in oxygen.
Jump.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to open the door, leave in extra oxygen to really, really ramp the fire up? Are you going to jump?
Since they're up in Magic Floaty Land, apparently, because that's where Magic Floaty Land apparently is supposed to happen, right? So if there's an emergency, you just jump out and then let Elon Musk come and rescue you. You just hang out up there. Oh, wait, they didn't have spacesuits. Oh, my bad.
Look, I don't know what you guys... Why would you guys question this?
I'm interested in what the emergency is going to be. Do you know what the emergency is, Nathan?
You don't need to question it. It's just got a light above it. It says emergency exit only. Moving on.
Open the command module hatch from the inside. And they did so during spacewalks, but the initial boarding, the pad ground staff shut and locked the hatch because the astronauts were already strapped into the seats. And after splashdown, it was the recovery divers that opened the hatch, not the astronauts. As regards to the hatch appearing too flimsy for a spacecraft, you can see from the interior shots when the door is being closed, that door is actually pretty thick metal. And you can see that it's shaped. It's bigger on the inside than it is towards the outside.
That's a TARDIS.
Yeah. What they're showing looks like a 3-man tent. What's inside is like multiple people and beds and tables and big doors, cameras. There's quite a lot of stuff in there.
You
were?
You say full table?
We'll leave the ding dongs till we get the joke. Hold on, let's let the joke come. Or can someone deafen QE?
Can I get deafened?
Does Tim have something to say?
No, it's QE putting his hand up. Go ahead, Adam.
And the frame of the spacecraft is shaped accordingly, meaning that when it's pressurized during flight,
whoa,
internal pressure is pushing the...
Whoa. Hang on a second. You're saying the high-pressure gas forms the containment? This is going to be a very large problem for you with a sky vacuum belief there, Dave McKeegan. Yeah, the gas, like this example, right, needs to press on something, doesn't it, to be forming gas pressure? Well, what's it pressing on up in the sky vacuum? Oh, there isn't anything. Yeah, gas would disperse into that space, Dave. We'd all be dead, Dave. Space is fake, Dave.
Door shut. But for the door to fail and fly out into space, it would literally have to fold itself in half. As for how much pressure such a door can handle, considering that at most the internal pressure of the capsule is 14.7 psi, when in space the outside pressure is 0 psi, meaning that hatch, which is several inches thick, has to withstand less than a 15 psi pressure difference. Now, a typical fizzy drinks can withstand more than 3 times that amount of pressure.
Say again, John.
Yet you don't typically see those things.
It's idiotic. That's not how pressure works. He doesn't have a clue about pressure. There's no such thing as zero pressure, first of all. But if you had a differential that had like 0.1 involved in it with 15.6 psi, you're talking about like 156 pounds of differential pressure. You know, that's a huge difference.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's how the calculations worked. What I did know was that, what I did know is that to achieve 10 to the minus 6, the walls are about 6.5 foot thick. To withhold the 14.7 against 10 to the minus 6.
But he's about to tell us. He's about to go into now. He's about to tell us about a Coke can. But there's more than gas in a Coke can. You know what I mean? If you remove all the liquid and just leave the carbon dioxide in the can, right? There's not going to be a whole lot of carbon dioxide in that can, is there? There'll still be pressuring. There's no doubt about it. There'll still be a lot of pressure.
Should I be writing
this
down?
He's about to try and make an equivalent. Sorry?
So should I be writing this down?
No, just realise that Dave's claiming you can have gas pressure without without containment. You can have it next to a vacuum. He's just said that. He's what he's claiming. He's claiming how the seal works.
Yeah, he's saying to have the gas pressure inside the chamber, it must be pressing against the walls of the container. That's what Dave's just said. Now, he's got it wrong in terms of the 0 versus 14.7, and it's been corrected by John. But what he's also pointed out is that you must have a container for the gas pressure.
Yeah, and he's about to make the same argument the second time and tell us about a Coke can.
Except the gas pressure that he's traversing through to get to the vacuum.
Exactly.
That doesn't.
No, it does. Well, yes, I know what you're saying. That's his position. But no, the gas pressure he's traversing in his nonsensical ideas of explaining doors like we need it still has a gas pressure that would require containment to be at pressure. And we're breathing it. Yes, Adam.
Impressive, he pulled out a door. Right.
Sorry, Adam.
That's all right. Go on, Chuck.
No, they decided to explain doors like we need it. No, we don't need it. They need it. They need him to do this. Him and the rest of them.
Spontaneously exploding. And finally, in terms of why
rewind.
the
Let's just get that full statement. So, unless it's pressing on the walls of the container, the gas would spontaneously explode into the area of volume. Yeah, that's right, Dave. Yeah, that's what happened to all the gas we're breathing. Let's just hear it all in one section.
Has to withstand less than a 15 psi pressure difference. Now, a typical fizzy drinks can withstand more than 3 times that amount of pressure. Yet you don't typically see those things spontaneously exploding. And finally, in terms of why the capsule appears so...
Please. Yeah. An airplane, right, can only, within the commercial airliners, they can't bring the PSI internal for the passengers, not for the pilots, but for the passengers. They can only bring it down to about is at 11 psi. Anything past that, and there's structural issues. And they're only at 6, 7 miles up at a maximum, between 5 and 7 miles for the commercials. So they can't bring it below 11 without having structural issues. And the outside pressure there, I think it's 2 or 3 psi at the lowest it gets, at their highest altitude, 3 psi, I think. So something tells me, Dave, that there'll be issues. Just saying.
Clean. If you look at SpaceX capsules, when they come back to Earth, they're all blackened and charred. If you look at Apollo or the space shuttle, when they return to Earth, huge streaks of flames coming out the back of it. Why wasn't there any of that on New Shepard? You know, the simple fact is speed. When those craft are coming back...
Look at this crap.
He's about to use down.
Something else I have to say.
Hold on.
Something else I have to say.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Is when that Coke can, right, has 3 times the 14.7, whatever, let's say 43 psi or something, right? It has 14.7 as an average around the outside of it. That's the point, right? So it's, first of all, it's made of aluminium, number one, right? Number two, it has 14.7 outside of it as the opposing pressure. When you bring that down to, you bring that down to 10 to the minus 2 torr, and I guarantee you that can will not hold in that air or that carbon dioxide. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe it can will, but after a while it's going to blow. The point is the opposing pressure is what's important, and how much of that there is. Because that's where, that's how they have to balance out these things. The opposing pressure. I just throwing it. Just those kind of things they're not conducive for what they're claiming. Pressure differential wise, it's not conducive. You can't have anything like the lower the pressure goes, like you can't hold a 14.7 psi. I don't care what the thing is. Like the higher you go up, the worse it gets. So they say, it's just 43 psi differential. Well, you go down to 1 psi and you're trying to have 14.7 psi. There's going to be a problem. You go below 1 psi, there's going to be a lot of problems. That's my point. The point is that John, you'd agree. The outside opposing pressure, and how much of that there is. Because it's already talking about materials we have on Earth. If you, look, I think you know what I'm talking about now. It's just that these stupid things they say that don't actually fit the paradigm they're trying to claim as far as differentials go.
Yeah, to say that that small of a pressure differential isn't a big deal means that you don't understand how pressure works, because we can use 14.6 psi as the outside pressure and lift objects that weigh tons by changing the internal pressure. And it doesn't have to be massive. It's part. There's a calculation for it. I can't remember it, but I'll go get it.
Thank you.
To Earth, they're coming from orbit. Now, to be in orbit, you have to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour, which means they hit the atmosphere.
Stop. Orbits is derived from flat Earth. It's measurements of stars that gives you those mathematics. Secondly, if you're going to travel in 8 miles per hour given speed, that's linear. You can't describe orbital motion with miles per hour. It's a contradiction.
Atmosphere at 17,500 miles an hour. This creates a huge amount of drag, but also a large amount of heat, hence the flames of re-entry.
This is brilliant.
New Shepard by...
This is me when I'm 15. reciting how rockets re-entry. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what he is. He's a glorified 15-year-old.
Comparison didn't do that. From the moment the capsule detached from the booster, it was slowing down gradually. So they really hit the atmosphere from a standstill, not 17,000 miles an hour. Hence,
Look at that graphic. Look at all that gas contained. There's the Kármán line, boys. Oh, it's just stopped burning its bra.
My God, that's a terrible crap. that makes the bottom of the capsule. I know he's not expecting people to see it, think it's real, unless they are they? That makes the bottom of the capsule about the size of the UK.
It doesn't matter. What matters is when Dave made this graphic, you know damn well he is acutely aware of our arguments regarding gas pressure without containment. This is the graphic he's given him. Mentally, he's had to do the gymnastics to produce this and say, yeah, this is cool. It's all good. It's okay. Nothing to see here.
What the irony is he's put the atmosphere in that it's not curved. Look, it's a straight line. It's not conforming to his ball, his atmosphere. Look, there's more atmosphere over to the right and the left than there is here. Look, because look, but he's made this graphic and put his Kármán line in, being a line. I mean, he's got that right. His line is straight and not a curved line.
Atmosphere from a standstill, not 17,000 miles an hour. Hence, there was no buildup of heat and thus no charring. So people can carry on arguing the semantics about whether this flight was necessary or whether it was just a PR stunt.
Pause.
Do these women actually constitute...
These are, again, back to, we're not doing that, Dave, just so we clear this up, because you suggested it was us doing it at the beginning of this video because you're a lying shitbag. And you don't want to accept that people who aren't flat earthers are pointing out the nonsense of your religion and what is punted at you specifically to keep you in that religion. Right, that's not us. But furthermore, you aren't addressing the main issues we do attack with regards to this footage, and that's that their height was off sea level. The Kármán line is described with a height from sea level also. You've got it drawn as a straight line.
Astronauts now or not, but in terms of the argument about whether the flight actually happened or whether it was faked, seems there's no actual evidence it was faked, merely people's misunderstandings about how spaceflight works. So that.
But I mean, to reiterate, Dave was putting there. If that's the best job, because it's not us, Dave, that's questioning this. It's not us that's going to watch you to be convinced it was real. Is that your rebuttal? Yeah, that's your evidence to keep people on a ball. This is why it's falling apart, son. You can't defend it, could you? All you could do was tell me about handles.
Advanced
that is going to be it.
Well, advanced handle talk. It was advanced. Pressure handles.
For this video. As always, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this video and you haven't already done so, then please consider hitting the like and subscribe buttons, and then hopefully we'll see you in the next video.
Well, thanks for that ending. Thanks. My thoughts, you're retarded. That's my thoughts on it. What a friggin' embarrassment you are to second grade retards. My God.
And to England.
And Middle Earth.
Say that again, sexual?
Sorry, and to England as well.
Yeah, he's yours. Yeah. Although he does have an Irish surname, so obviously he has some Irish there. So we're apparently responsible.
You were Irish 2 weeks before he was.
Sorry, Nathan, you were talking to me there?
I said you were Irish 2 weeks before he was.
All right, let's get back to the more important stuff. You got banned
There's
from
more important
politics?
stuff.
Yeah. You got
know what I
banned
got banned
for using racial
Racism.
slurs. Can you believe it?
It's just like you. Except for he was using the N word. You were using the C word. He was using the N word.
E word. Oh.
Wait till my mother hears about this.
Yeah, it's really slipping away from them, isn't it? I mean, the TFE was the last hurrah, wasn't it, really? Like, I don't want to go come up with next.
Brian, the Bernoulli's equation and how to do it is in, I posted that in Master Beef.
Oh, yeah, that's what would be for the pressure above and below the wings, the differential, yeah? That's what that's about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bernoulli, yeah.
It's how to calculate between 2 points, yeah.
Thanks, Sean. Because the thing is, the pressure on the Coke can is not just from the gases. Now, the gases moving around, like obviously that's the pressure, but it's what it's moving through is liquid. So that liquid, because it's moving around, it's pushing the liquid out of the way. That's creating pressure too. So if you're going to talk about gas pressure alone and differentials, like when there is a very low resistance on the outside, there doesn't need to be a whole lot on the inside to cause a problem. Like that's why high altitude helium balloons, they don't have much pressure in them like you would expect. Do you know what I mean? They sometimes people have to bring them up high in a plane to get them to take off because the pressure, the amount of helium they have in them while they're on the ground is not enough for it to go up. But they need to keep the pressure down in them because as the balloon rises, it's going to start expanding, and all of them bust eventually. You know, at around below 30 miles.
Well, the crazy thing about what has happened is I tried to find you an answer on the Bernoulli's equation, and it was like it was hidden in the algorithm. All they wanted to do was talk about how pressure is force over an area, or change everything to newtons and talk about it like that. Like they wouldn't give me the equation; they were giving me some other equation that deals with their religion.
Not surprised. Adam, you were saying something?
Yeah, we've now got container gate, but it's the wrong container. The only pressure that they need to explain is the lack of pressure, like what Dave drew. Why have you got a lack of pressure next to pressure without containment? How did that happen? How did you go into this place that cannot exist? That's the argument they don't want. That's why they'll put shit like that. That's probably why they do drops like that, so that people talk about that and focus on that, as opposed to focusing on where they claim they've been.
So if I'm asked to demonstrate an ice wall, so I just draw one. So according to that standard, that's good enough now.
I don't follow.
If I can draw gas pressure without a container, that makes it real.
Oh, I see. If you can diagrammatically represent a gas without containment next to a vacuum, then you're all good. Draw it like Dave did.
According to Dave McKeegan's standard, yeah.
Yeah. He knows.
Yeah, so if I draw a dome, that means it's a dome.
Well,
if
yeah,
I drawing your drawing of the drawing of the dome, it's real footage, yes.
Did anybody understand what Brian just said about domes?
You got a little Irish on me there.
Yeah, me too.
I said that Adam said, is it real footage? And I said, yes, it's real footage of the drawing of the dome.
Genuine, then.
Absolutely.
Genuine footage of the drawing. Exactly.
The next time you come across a door and there's no handle on your side, remember, there may be a handle on the other side. And the handle that's not on your side might be somewhere nearby, and you can get it and open the door from your side, unless there is someone on the other side. If you knock and shout, they might open the door from the inside or the other side, because they have a handle on that side that they can turn, and the mechanism, the locking mechanism, will allow the door to open.
I heard that same information from a man named Dave McKeegan. So don't be stealing any of this valor.
Stealing valor, yeah.
From Dave.
but Dave McKeegan, yeah, the photographer, yeah.
He's a photographer, you know.
But we spoke about this before, that Dave does this in his videos. Now, the bowlers tend to do this with their videos, but Dave really brought it to a fine art where he spends like 15 minutes going through all this detail and nonsense. And it's often just like Wikipedia stuff or whatever. But he's going through this thing. And in 1932, what actually happened was, this kind of stuff. And it's just like the whole video becomes like a big nothing burger. You know what I mean? It's like, what is going on here? He's at the point where he's explaining door handles.
Nathan, just to change the subject for a second, I had to step away from the phone. Did you ever say why they said they banned you from politics, or are you really banned?
Because he's bloody racist. You're not listening.
Yeah, that's the reason. Somebody joined the show and played a clip of somebody saying nigger over and over again. So, well, they only got one in, but that was the intention, a la P. Mars from 5 years ago. So rather than whoever it was that was trying to cause controversy by playing that word in, I said it over and over again and gave my 2 cents on how the word isn't powerful unless the intonation behind the word is less than honourable. But while I was pointing that out, I was using the word as I was doing it. Make sense?
People are weird.
Well, it's not. It's just. It's actually a violation of the terms and service, regardless of my good intentions. So while someone's playing some clip with nigger in it, and I'm saying the word nigger doesn't have any importance unless you've got like disdain for black people when you use the word, then nigger's got a different connotation because you're using it in that way. But in reality, you should fear the person, not their use of that word, regardless of if they use that word or not. Keep away from that person because that person's a scumbag racist, not someone or a word. The intonation behind the word. But in so using, I got a ban. Make sense?
You leaving my part out. I was part of it too. I said, yeah, Nathan's my nigga.
Whatever. It's against their terms of service, therefore I've got a ban.
Maybe we shouldn't try to take that word back then, or whatever we're doing, saying it. I'll just stay away from it.
Yeah, in future I will.
Just keep saying it, so everybody says it, and it's not a freaking bad word anymore.
Yeah, but for the now being, it is a bad word, and that is against their terms of service. I have to take it on the chin. So if that, I would doubt that it meant a permanent ban, but I should have paid more attention to their terms of service. It's not my room. I've got bit too big for my own boots, John. That's why. If that turns into a permaban, then oh well, that's sad. I would imagine it wouldn't.
You know who banned us? Old dude. That prick.
Yeah, I don't understand
P-R-I-C-K.
Right, but I still don't understand it. The way people use words, right? They can say GD, right, and it'd be okay. But then now they've changed it. The word saying the N word is now got the importance of, I don't know. It's it's mind boggling sometimes how people are.
Get banned during the regular show or after show?
We didn't even get started. We were just getting warmed up. In the middle of the damn show, they banned us.
Regular show or after show?
Regular show.
Regular show.
All right.
If we were just getting warmed up, would that be the after show?
It'd be the pre-show.
Ah, I got you. Once again, QE's right. I'll tell you, we should just all stop and just listen to QE.
Or you could just answer the question he's been asking you.
Shut up, Brian. Where's your cousin anyway? I know you sent him in here today.
My cousin?
Yeah, the half Irish guy.
Oh, the Canadian James Bond.
0077.
I feel like you were like appealing for us to become a cult there, Neil.
So what do you traditionally do on Good Friday? Is there something we should be doing?
Kim, what do you suggest?
We sacrifice a goat.
I'm having fish for tea.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, it's Good Friday. You can't eat meat Good Friday. Fish for tea.
I have 7 fishes
You can
planned
do
for
whatever
tonight.
you
We're
want.
only making 4 of them, but we're getting closer and closer every year to 7. This year will be 4. Salmon, shrimp, tilapia, and I forgot the other one. But I know it's fish.
Just salmon for me.
Sorted.
Well, you're just a reprobate Catholic then if you're only going to use 1 fish.
Exactly. That's what I thought. Don't use more than 1 fish, Ray. Otherwise, I could lose my Catholic theme for the evening. What?
So what's the logic again behind not or only eating fish on Good Friday?
You got to eat different types of fish.
It's some kind of a guilt trip.
You have to ask a Roman Catholic.
Sounds more Catholic trying to get to like 7 fish on a Good Friday than. The purpose is you don't eat meat because you're not going to eat lamb, red meat.
Why not?
Because the Passover lamb has just been.
No, but we just ate the Passover lamb.
But the ultimate
I'm not Jewish. Why would that matter?
lamb has been sacrificed.
But I'm not Jewish. Why would
You
that
can eat
matter?
whatever you want.
Better. Come on.
I can understand why Jewish people would not eat fish or whatever, but like, what's the reasoning that Christians are saying you have to eat fish? I'm not getting it.
Well, it's fish. It's Jesus. You're not eating meat. You eat fish. He's the fisher of man. It's kind of this. I suppose there's a multiple of reasons, isn't there? You could all link to symbology of Christ.
Well, if you were going to claim he's a fisher of men, eating fish would be like cannibalism at that point, wouldn't it?
What, just like communion?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get that either.
That's because you don't understand Jesus. He said, my sheep hear my voice, another they will not follow. You know, he's not talking literally about eating him, but it's everything he's saying, everything he stands for, everything he's accomplishing and accomplished.
Right. So communion doesn't make sense either. I agree.
Yeah, to somebody that doesn't have the answer here, it doesn't make sense. Correct.
So in conclusion, John, it's a completely nonsensical thing that there's no need to do whatsoever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, eating no fish just means no sense. Eating 7 fish and not eating whatever you want makes no sense. That was a tradition brought in by the Roman Catholic Church, and however they justified it, that's on them. I just do it because it's a family tradition. Every Good Friday before Easter Sunday, we ate fish. I like
That's
fish.
good. I like that. That makes sense. The other thing doesn't.
What we always said, don't eat meat. Even on a Friday, it was like fish on Fridays. In Italy, it's lots of fish on a Friday. Every Friday.
Fishy Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's because the precious fish would be in on Friday.
When we were kids,
who's putting their hand up? Stop it! Whoever's doing that, is it you, QE? Stop it!
Can I get muted?
Stop it! Sorry, we were saying Fishy Friday.
Yeah, when we were kids, we weren't Catholic. Yeah, it'd be a Protestant Christian upbringing.
You're only Catholic. Hold on, this makes no sense already. When you were kids, you weren't Catholic, so you're Catholic now?
When we were kids and we weren't Catholic, we were Protestant, yeah, the explanation from my grandmother would still have been, it's because Jesus was crucified on that day and you don't eat red meat on that day.
This was your explanation for why you're not Catholic from your grandmother?
No, Neil invoked that it was a Catholic tradition. And I'm saying, no, there's no, it's an Anglican thing as well. It's
this according to your grandma?
I don't think, across Christendom, it's a common thing not to eat meat on a Friday, to eat fish. It's not.
I remember that.
Not in the whole, hold on, Adam, not in all of Christianity. I mean, there's no holds barred if you're a born-again believer. There's no forbidding of eating certain meats on certain days, only if it's offered up to an idol.
That's not what I said. All of this is traditional. It's not sacrament. Not like taking communion. It's not that part. It's just tradition, particularly on a Good Friday. Just tradition.
I've noticed with Christians, it is traditional to break tradition.
Well, if you feel that you're empowered by doing that, I quite like it. It's Good Friday. I'm going to have a nice bit of fish. Why? Because today's the day that Jesus was crucified. That's kind of, it's just all. I want eggs
makes
on
no
Sunday.
sense. It seems non sequitur.
On Friday.
Seems non sequitur. Because I could equally say, it was the day Jesus was crucified, therefore I'm going to eat a steak.
And if that had been the tradition, right, then I'd be in for steak tonight. But it's not.
I mean, fair enough if it's traditional.
Yeah. Like I have turkey at Christmas. Well, I try not to. Yeah. But you have traditional things. Do I have to? Could I be a rebel and have a salad? Yes, I could. But do I want to? No.
So we got to make a distinction between dogma and tradition in this, right?
Like I said, there's no sacrament in it. When I took into the fish, I don't go, this is not the body of Christ. Do you know what I mean? I'm not doing that. I'm going, fish.
Yeah, that's fine. That's like my whole point was to say that you're doing it because you're Catholic. It seems kind of like non sequitur. All I'd say.
I've asked AI, and it seems to think it is part of Catholic stuff, particularly during Lenten Fridays. But like I said,
I remember Adam when I was. Go on, sorry.
I just said, but like I said, we'd be Anglican, and then by the time my mum and dad's age, it's kind of like Pentecostal. But you'd still observe that just through tradition, But it's not like I say, it's not like taking any form of communion or anything. It's just so it's like having. How many times a year do you eat Brussels sprouts? Only at Christmas. I don't eat them for Jesus, really.
What? Brussels sprouts are awesome.
I know they are,
Shame.
but
They are super awesome.
Most people have their one portion once a year at Christmas. Nobody has a sprout for Jesus. It's just because it's Christmas dinner. That's traditional.
Yeah, it's just earlier in the conversation, someone said that they do it because it's had something to do with Jesus or religion. No, it doesn't.
Well, that's why a lot of people do it, but they're misinformed.
Well, I do remember, just to back up Adam, I know I was being very rebellious about it. But when I was younger, Friday, people let fish on Fridays. That's kind of the thing. Now, I didn't, obviously, but people in general, a lot of houses, I mean a lot, will be eating fish every Friday. No, they won't be eating red meat on a Friday. But I grew up in a very Catholic country, so.
Yeah, I was very Catholic too, but I'll tell you what, Friday night was a crapshoot. It was either chinks, pizza, or fish.
We have a thing here called Fend for Yourself Friday, and you better get your own food because I ain't cooking it.
Yeah, that's lazy hillbilly shit.
It is, isn't it?
We do that on Saturdays.
The funny thing is that that ban, use the N-word or whatever, I wonder if someone else who would have said the same thing Nathan did would have been banned.
Listen, that old dude guy was looking to ban us. He was looking to kick us out. Oh, have your fun. You got your victory. You are the boss for a couple of days. You feel good, old dude.
Well, I'm just wondering if I entered into that room and had the same conversation using similar language, would I get banned?
No, of course not. Unless your name starts with N and ends with O.
Yes, you would.
No.
Yes,
Bullshit.
you would. Of course
Prove
you
it.
would.
Prove it. I don't think he would.
Okay, go
You're
on
just
in there.
looking to kick Nathan out.
And without any real just cause after the 15th time, say the N-word and see what happens. Jeez,
It was a
man.
lot. He did say it a lot.
But he was discussing the word as why somebody would do what they did, right? So it wasn't unjustified, was it?
Well, it's against their terms of service, so my reasoning is not really relevant.
Was what he did on his own channel perfectly reasonable? Yes. Because like I say, it was never directed at anyone. It was all to do with the topic and the use of the word, whilst not shying away. In fact, embracing the word to make the point. Is that reasonable to do in a Discord server that has rules of terms of service? No. Well, if you wish, let me finish. If you wish, but Nathan's not stupid and I'm not stupid. You know the consequences if you do that. And if you do that, it's not for you to cry about it afterwards. It's just to accept it that you did do that, and it's reasonable for them to do exactly what they've done.
Nathan's not crying. I am. And number one, he didn't embrace it. He freaking went to bed with it.
Yeah, well, I'm being kind. But that would be perfectly reasonable to do. It's nothing like refracted when QE was in there calling people crackers. Yeah, it's the complete opposite of that.
Well, what I was thinking is, is this something as a grudge that's held against individuals speaking a certain rhetoric?
Yes.
Like Neil is saying, or is it just something that's applied equally to all?
Adam, you don't think it's you don't think it has a little bit to do with that, Adam, at all?
No, I think if anybody went in there and repeatedly used that word in that way, that I think any mod would ban them, because the mod wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't.
Without a warning.
Without a warning.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to disguise my voice. I'm not going to sound like me. Let's see if I can pull that off.
No.
And I'm just going to start saying it. And I want to see if they ban me.
If they'd have cut him off.
That's impossible.
One, right? Then fair enough. But he didn't. He was given ample opportunity, and he was given an inch and he took a yard, shall we say? Yeah. At that point, it's perfectly reasonable for the mod to say, I'm not having this. I don't care if it's, and this will be the point. I don't care if it's Nathan Oakley. Yeah. I'm not having it. I'm a mod in this server. And that seems a reasonable position to me. And I don't think Nathan would disagree with me.
I'm going to go in there with a 985. A bloody spick stab me 15 times. That's spick.
Different word, Neil.
Yeah, different word. And it depends on your feelings towards that word. In other words, if your hatred towards wetbacks was the reason for you saying it, then you should be banned, because you're a racist. Now me, I can use terms like wetback because it doesn't hold any meaning or any detriment to me when I use that term. It doesn't mean anything. I'm not an American. Do you know what I mean? It's almost meaningless to me, right?
So if I say mayonnaise face bastard, you could say it, but I can't say it?
Depends how you feel about what you're saying. It's more, that's what I was trying to get across while I was saying it. It's not necessarily about the word, it's about your reason for saying it or your feelings towards the person you're saying it to that matter. Yeah? So in other words, in many ways, me not saying nigger but hating black people is far more egregious, right? Who cares if I use that word? If I'm just a racist, it doesn't matter if I use that word or not, does it? Not agreeing. What's in your heart, not the words that you use.
I got you now. I got what you're saying. So if I say, I'm trying to buy a bass guitar for my son, and I know what nationality or religion the guy is, and he's being a real prick. So if I call him a penny pinching kike son of a bitch, just give it to me for a deuce.
Yes, there you go. Now, if you then would to say anything anti-Semitic, yeah, in a particular way and use the word whilst describing it, whilst not actually referring to an individual in a derogatory way using that phrase, that's the point, yeah? Recognition of the word is one thing. And if you aren't racist, anti-Semitic, then you may choose to use them to make your point. In fact, if you're not, you may be very comfortable using them, to make your point. But if you use them in a way where you're actually attacking the person, where that is actually a descriptor and used in a negative way against that person as an indictment, that says more about you, doesn't it?
You're
Your
not
mayonnaise
acknowledging
face
Neil.
fool.
Just say yes.
Shut up, you limey bastard.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, good response. Exactly.
My father was the best at that. Boy, he had every freaking slang and freaking ethnic slur down. He'll rattle it off in a second. As soon as one of them wronged him. If it was you, Nathan, it would have been that limey bastard. If it was Brian, he would have said that son of a bitch in African.
There's also the thing called satire, which is it might be a little bit deep for someone. I've done it a couple of times today with regards to women having to do housekeeping and cleaning up in a space capsule. You're not doing it because you are that misogynistic. You're doing it because you're making a bigger point. This was supposed to be a thing for femininity. You're laughing at the bullshit that they're doing when you raise it. Just like same thing there. You're confident in your position, you can raise that word and use it to demonstrate other people's bullshittery in satire. Now, that takes a bit of intelligence for people to think through what you've said and why you've said it, instead of just assuming the words mean you're racist or misogynistic. That's
exactly. We know that was a very feminist thing because there was no sandwiches made.
Well, this is what I thought earlier, right, Brian?
Very good.
When you can pull that handle in an emergency. Now, think, all of these women have had kids. Suddenly that thing lands to the ground, judder, budder. There's a million pelvic floors that went through. I bet they're all going, pull the hatch. I've got to get out for a wee. It's an emergency. So they pulled the hatch. Reasonable.
I had to leave for 1 second, and everybody got quiet. What happened?
I told a bad joke about pelvic floors.
That'll do it, Adam. And you knew that would happen.
Mm.
You did that on purpose.
I even gave a pre-explanation before, knowing that I was going to do it, justifying my misogynistic comments.
Right, because you wanted silence in the room for some reason.
Yep.
No silence. Just time to think. To ponder if we're a bunch of racist bastards or not.
Well, I mean, maybe, maybe not. I guess you just got to ask yourself.
You know what I'm racist against? I'm racist against ignorant people. I don't care what their race is. If they're ignorant, that shit bothers me.
What if they're French and ignorant?
Going fast. I'm racist.
I didn't get that. What if what?
No, I'm racist against NASCAR or anything that races fast.
You're racist against
racing.
NASCAR? NASCARs aren't a race.
They're saying
NASCAR's a cracker sport.
It's racing.
Neither are.
It's not a cracker sport. Oh my God.
Go on, John.
That was funny, what he said, because he wasn't talking about skin color. It's funny.
Oh, he wasn't addressing the fact that NASCAR's a white man sport?
I doubt it, Neil.
Like hockey?
No, it's you race
I'm racist
in
to
NASCAR.
I'm racist to the fact that if I go and stand on a supposed thing called the North Pole, I can't find the east or the west. What the fuck?
NASCAR taking another left turn.
None of this makes any sense to me. But we're 5 hours deep into this show, so I'm actually going to round out. So with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discords and G+ panel for making today's after show possible and live show. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.